Commuters are stranded across the country after more rail strikes, and there's a warning for cancer patients as nurse and ambulance staff prepare to take action next week.
Good morning. It's 6 o'clock on Saturday, the 17th of December. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
Well, expect more travel delays today as rail workers walk out until midnight. Meanwhile, hospitals have been warned to free up beds in order to prepare for extensive disruption caused by the upcoming ambulance staff strike next week.
New data suggests nearly a quarter of us will be starting the new year in debt. We want to know if you're one of the ones affected, what challenges you're facing, as we introduce you, hopefully, to the experts who'll be able to help.
Harry and Meghan will be allowed to attend King Charles's coronation, despite causing controversy with their documentary release. While official invitations are yet to be sent out, reports claim the King is offering an olive branch to the couple to try to reunite the family.
And the Met Office has warned that half the UK will be covered in ice over the next 24 hours, with blizzards, 6 inches of snow in some places on the way tomorrow. People living in northern England and Wales have been told to be ready for possible power cuts and travel disruption.
Oh, if you've got to travel, I'm travelling tomorrow.
Tomorrow you'll be going through a load of blizzards by the sound of it.
Not going to be fun. But anyway, whatever your plans are, whatever you're up to, we'd love to hear from you this morning. Drop us an email. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Well, it's the second day of the national rail strikes as members of the RMT union continue their walkout over pay.
Elsewhere, hospitals have been told to free up as much space as possible to limit disruption set to be caused by striking ambulance staff next week. And the General Secretary of the Royal College of Nursing has called out Health Secretary Steve Barclay's macho negotiating style and told the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, to get a grip and step in.
Well, joining us now is the former Special Advisor to Michael Gove, Charlie Rowley. Morning.
Morning.
Yes, it's interesting that Sunak needs to get a grip, as front page lead of The Times today. Do you think that's what a lot of people are thinking, not just the General Secretary of the Royal College of Nursing?
Well, I think there are two elements to it. I mean, obviously, you touched on the rail strike, which is taking place, which I think will cause absolute misery for millions of people across the country. The weekend before Christmas, this should be a time where cities and towns and high streets up and down the country should be absolutely booming, particularly after the 2 years that the whole country has faced. This is a perfect time for business to, catch up and maximise its profits. So, my heart goes out to all workers and shops and businesses that are going to lose out because of the strikes that Mick Lynch seems to be hell-bent on bringing about. But there is a lot of sympathy, I think, for those that work in the medical profession and the health profession. Again, the 2 years that we've all gone through in terms of COVID, these were people that were on the front line. These were the people that, have demonstrated that they've given the most to this country to protect us all, to keep us all safe during COVID. So I think there'll be more sympathy for those that are in the medical profession, that are on the front line, and indeed are having to strike. And I think there's also an element of sympathy there because of the way in which they're handling the issue. So, nurses have said that, of course, if somebody is turning up for cancer treatment or any other kind of operation that can't be put off, they will return back to work. So, but we're not seeing that with the rail unions, I'm afraid.
No, but it's interesting, though, isn't it, that the Health Secretary's style has been criticised, being a bit... I mean, he's been very, very hard-line. Are we reaching a point where actually the PM is going to have to step in and take control over this?
Well, I think if that can be avoided, I mean, that would be the best outcome for all. I mean, Steve Barclay is a very, very experienced cabinet minister, was the former chief secretary to the Treasury, so he'll know the economic argument, he'll know about the public finances. And at a time when the economy is going through the state that it is, obviously there has to be restraint. And I think what the unions will...
It seems very odd, though, that he said, well, I'm just not going to talk to you about money. I refuse to talk to you about money. Well, that's the key issue, isn't it?
Well, I think the initial ask from the unions, and particularly the Royal College of Nursing, was for a near 20% increase in pay. Now, that is simply unaffordable. And I think, everybody's made sacrifices over the last couple of years, and everybody knows the state of the finances and the way that the economy is currently working, where that is simply unaffordable, and therefore...
That's the way you negotiate, isn't it? You go in high, expecting to be argued down a bit, don't you? But if he's actually saying, no, I simply won't talk to you because that's your opening gambit, then we're at a stalemate that nobody's going to break.
Well, you would hope then that the next chess piece of the puzzle would be that the unions sort of recognise, OK, perhaps that 20% isn't going to happen because of the state of the nation's finances, and they will propose another offer. But and we'll just have to see how those conversations go.
What about the pay review situation? Because nurses' pay and the pay increase has been looked at by a pay review, which was the 4% or something like earlier on in the year. Steve Barclay said, well, I'm not going to get them to look at it again. Why not? Because that would actually be a pretty sensible move, wouldn't it? Say, well, we'll reassess it and see what the independent body says.
Well, I think you're right. The independent body of pay review has sort of come forward with a suggestion. And I think it's right that it's an independent sort of body that looks into wages, particularly in the public sector, to avoid these kind of conflicts in the future. I think what people want to see is the country particularly functioning over Christmas into the new year, for both reasons. Going back to the rail industry, many millions of people won't be able to see their families this year, but also at a time where we have an ageing population, where we always have a growing population. Christmas and the winter is a time where you're going to see particularly the elderly at more risk and more vulnerable. So everybody will want to see those in the health service and in the railways and right across the public sector back to work and functioning over this time.
But the government's being so hardline here. I mean, I don't know who it was on Question Time last night, but apparently one of the ministers was on Question Time last night, and he was asked if the policy pay review people could look at it again. No, just look at nurses' pay again. And he said, no, he will not instruct them to do that. In fact, he will instruct them not to do that. So the government is taking an incredibly hard line on this. Is that the right thing to do at this time, to be quite so hardline?
Well, I think it's entirely up to the government what it wants to do. I mean, I think, as I say, there is probably more sympathy amongst the public with those that work in the medical profession, in the health service, because of COVID and what we've seen over the last couple of years. I think if there can be an agreement, and if whether it's 4% or whether there is another offer to be had that can bring this strike to an end, that would be a good thing.
It's not going to happen before Christmas now, is it? You can see the days ebbing away.
I suspect not. But the way in which the unions, particularly in the health service, as I say, have handled themselves, I think, is better than others. I mean, without being too partisan about it, I think what we are seeing there is a government that is trying to deal with this crisis, that is trying to deal with making sure that if you do have a trip or fall, or if you need medical attention, that actually you're going to get it still. But we're not hearing anything else from any of the parties. I mean, Labour have been totally absent on this. They've not come forward with their own...
Can't blame them in a way, can you? Because they sort of think, let's back off this one and see what happens.
Well, quite. And I think that's when, you go into the new year and you know that you've got a government that is prepared to take the tough decisions on the economy, that is prepared to confront the unions when they need to be confronted, as opposed to an alternative Labour government that is just going to sit on its hands, say nothing, and be in the pockets of the unions. So I think the country will look at the government and think that it is doing a good job. It needs to continue to work with unions and repair relations and make sure that the country continues to function effectively in the new year.
I wonder if it's a government that's prepared to see people die, or at least headlines that will claim that people have died because of their hard line. It's going to be a very dodgy couple of weeks, isn't it, over the Christmas and New Year?
It's going to be uncomfortable. I mean, it is uncomfortable. I mean, there are a number of unions and sectors that are on strike that we don't want to see. But then, we've all got to take responsibility, and it is in the hands also of the unions to call off the strikes. But they are doing it at this time to maximise impact, to cause as much disruption, frankly, as possible, particularly the railways and Mick Grinch, as he's been nominally named, is making sure that people don't enjoy Christmas as they should after the 2 years where people haven't been able to see their families. I think that's a huge regret, and I do hope that actually over the coming days, particularly when it comes to the railways, that the RMT may find it within itself to instruct its workers to go back to work and allow us all to have a happy Christmas.
Well, we shall see. Charlie, thank you very much indeed. We'll catch up with you in the next hour. Look forward to that.
Yeah, I wonder how you feel about that, watching at home. Do you think it's all going to be resolved before Christmas, or are you just bracing yourself for a tough time?
Very difficult to know. If you're one of those people who's striking How are you feeling about it? Can you keep going with this? Can you afford to keep going? Well, probably not. It must be costing you a lot of money.
And I imagine, just being family-wise, you know, you yourselves won't be able to travel to see your family this Christmas, so you'll be hit doubly, in a way.
It's 6:10. Let's bring you up to date with some of the other top stories. And a man and a woman have been arrested after 2 young boys were found dead in East London. Emergency services were called to Conwallis Road in Dagenham, where they discovered the children aged 2 and 5. Metropolitan Police say both suspects were known to the boys.
The committee investigating the January the 6th Capitol riots is reportedly preparing to vote on 3 criminal charges against Donald Trump. If passed, they'll urge the US Justice Department to indict the former president with offences including insurrection.
The Met Office has issued yellow weather warnings as ice is expected for much of Scotland, the northwest of England and Wales today. It comes as blizzards are set to sweep across the north of the country this weekend. Temperatures could temporarily rise tomorrow. However, ice is expected to create difficult road conditions. But weirdly, the weather is going to get hotter next week.
I didn't, yes.
There's reports, certainly. Well, there's reports, according to what I've seen, that certainly where I live, it's going to go up to highs of 13 degrees on Monday.
How can it... I mean, it's almost minus that now.
I know.
How can it swing quite so dramatically?
It's extraordinary. Lows, high of 13, low of 8 on Monday, and then the rest of the week sort of highs of 6, 7 degrees.
That means pipes are going to burst, doesn't it? Frozen pipes will suddenly thaw and burst.
Yeah,
We could see
possibly.
a bit of that.
Oh,
There's a
that's
hazard
worth bearing in
to
mind.
sudden thawing, isn't there? Ooh. Anyway, well, we'll find out more about that for
Well,
you.
we will. Now, a new survey has revealed that more than a quarter of us expect to start the new year in debt, including 50% very nearly of 18 to 34-year-olds.
Yeah. The survey has also found that, on average, it'll take almost 2 years for people to pay back those debts, meaning that many will still owe money well into 2024.
Well, let's talk to Jess Barkley, a mum who's been getting a handle on her debt. Good to see you this morning, Jess. I mean, I know you've been looking at this all through the last year, haven't you? You've been very careful with your money over the last year. So where does this leave you as we approach Christmas?
No, in no worse a position than I started. And I think for me, that is some sort of miracle. With everything that's been going on in the world and with the year that we've had personally, we've had work issues, I've had health issues. At one point, the doctors wanted to sign me off work completely, and I was like, I can't do that. I can't afford to do that. I can't afford to just protect my health and not work. I work for myself. I've had clients that haven't paid bills this year. And so that's been problematic. So has my partner. But we've been, I think, tighter this year, but in a positive way. We set it up as a challenge. We've done a no-spend year this year. And I think although we kind of weren't in a position to spend anyway, having it as a no-spend challenge, and I've got the rules stuck on the wall in my office to remind myself, because I'm historically bad with money, and turning it into like more of a challenge element has made it feel a little bit less negative and forced upon. But the fact is that the money wasn't there to spend anyway, so it was just kind of a nicer way of doing it.
It's a great way of dressing it up, calling it a challenge, I guess. And you've obviously, if you say you're historically not great with money, you've had to learn. Are there any basic tips you can pass on to anyone else watching at the moment who maybe, like you, simply hasn't got the money anyway to spend, but you still have to find your way through the year?
I think we've really thought outside the box, and Olio has been an absolute lifesaver, which is an app you can get free stuff through. I think it started out as predominantly food. I'm not endorsed by them, I'm just a big fan. It started out as food, but it really opens up, it takes away the stigma, I think, of if you started using, say, a bottle of shampoo and realised you didn't like it, you can give away that half-opened item that normally would have been rubbish. And thinking outside the box with stuff like that, and being better between family and friends of saying, well, I've got this and I don't need this, and who else could benefit from this, and breaking what has been sort of the norm. I think opening up conversations about money as well. I think part of that, of it being a challenge, has made it easier for me to talk to friends and family about money than it would be if we were just flat out struggling. It's meant that we've been able to have, that slightly fun spin on it that makes it feel a little bit less icky to talk about, but really we should be talking about it more. You don't know what help there is available until you put your hand up and say, I need help. I think we've done a lot of, if something's broken, instead of just going out and replacing it, first we've gone, does it need replacing? Have we got something else in our house that we could use? And it's funny because I do decluttering as part of my job. You think I'd be good at this. So it's been quite fun to put that spin on it. And then if we do need this thing. How could we repair it with something we've already got? And then worst case scenario is what's the littlest thing we can buy to repair this item, so that we can keep using it. But I've been surprised the number of things that I thought I'd have to buy this year that I'd given myself like an exception, and then I still haven't had to buy them. That's shifting that mindset.
Do you think this is going to stick with you? As you say, you're historically bad with money, right? Do you think this has changed your mindset permanently moving forward? Not that you'll necessarily have to be quite as thrifty, but you won't be as wasteful.
Oh, 100%. I learnt my money habits from my mum, God rest her soul, but she was horrendous with money, and my sister went the other extreme. She's very good. My dad's very good with money, and I don't think I realised until COVID hit and it became even more of an issue, and my health declined, and we had all these issues, that I realised how bad I was with money. So first thing, admit you have a problem, and then start making those changes. But also I'm having so much more quality time with my daughter. We're using up cupboards worth of craft stuff because we haven't bought any craft stuff this year. And actually, I think the quality, although there's a lot of stress around money still, don't get me wrong, being able to pay the bills, but there's lots of areas of life that have become less stressful because we're not spending. I find going into shops horrendously stressful. It's so overwhelming, bright lights, big noises, don't like any of that. And I haven't had to do it. It's great. It's been much more peaceful. So I think this is a change that will stick and will benefit so many different areas of my life now moving forward. I want to make sure that my family is financially crisis-proof as much as it can be, and that we've got a really good buffer, but also that our overheads and our expenses aren't as high that when finances dip again, which I'm sure they will one day, that we can weather it better. And that actually, I don't need things. I just need my daughter and my partner and our health. And that has definitely come to the forefront this year with everything that's happened.
Brilliant. Jess, really good to talk to you.
And I love your Christmassy chair.
Very nice chair.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Freebie. Didn't
Really?
pay for it. I've got a pair of them.
Wow.
Free?
Well, how did you get them?
So I went to pick up a free chest of drawers from a lady, and she said, by chance, do you need any chairs? And I was like, I do actually, and they're brilliant. One's got a tiny scuff on it, apparently, but I haven't actually found said scuff yet. And we've had them for about 6 months.
They're brilliant.
And they're very comfy.
Very well
Perfect.
done. They really are nice. It's
Yeah.
lovely.
Great to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed. I think that's it's changing that attitude. There's a lot to be said for the whole, not that I do it particularly, got to be honest, but the make, do and mend sort of approach from, decades ago. We've got very disposable, haven't we?
Yes, yes. Well, it's exactly what you were saying. If you buy something and you decide you don't like it or it doesn't work for you, you throw it nowadays, don't you?
Yeah.
Which is terribly wasteful.
Yeah.
It's like opening the fridge and looking and thinking how much stuff is in there that you're probably going to throw. You never get to the back of the fridge to see what's at the back. We have become a very wasteful society.
We have.
But my tumble dryer broke down 10 days ago, and I can't really live without the tumble dryer, or can I? I have done for 10 days, but I managed to get it fixed. But that was a cost that I didn't welcome.
No, but cheaper than getting a replacement.
Oh, yes, much more so, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Now I'm a bit like you, I don't know what to do without the tumble dryer.
Although when the technician came to mend it, he went, not sure if I can mend this one. And I thought, oh no, please don't. Is it one of the ones that can't be mended, or is it something that can't be fixed? Am I going to have to buy a whole new tumble dryer? But he managed.
Good.
He did it.
That's the way.
So my sheets are dry again. Thank
If
goodness.
you've got any make, do and mend tips, get in touch. GB News, GB Views at GBNews.uk.
You're doing what I'm doing.
I know, I'm turning into Anne Diamond.
Yeah, oh God,
About time.
it had to happen in the end. Do stick with us. We've got lots more to come, including, of course, we're going to be... Can you believe it's King Charles's 100th day as monarch? And, of course, the revelation that he will invite Harry and Meghan to the coronation next year. Do you think he's done the right thing?
We are GB News, and we'd like to say thank you to each and every one of you for bringing us your conversations, for helping our great nation find its voice. We are here for you on radio, television, and online, across England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland.
It's not the BBC, you actually get your facts right.
We are proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates.
Do you not believe in prison?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely
Right.
stunned.
I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship,
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
and no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio, and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens,
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and tune-in apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. for Gloria Meets. In exclusive interviews, I'll be finding out who our politicians really are and what they really think.
It's something that you would never want anyone to suffer.
I didn't know what channels there were. I didn't think I'd be believed.
I must have weighed about 7 stone and I'm 5'8".
My instincts was to sort of cover this up. I mean, clearly that was a mistake.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
6:22. Very good morning to you. A very Christmassy morning to you. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
There's so many pieces in the papers today about how to do a cheapo Christmas day or a cheapo Christmas meal. Tom Kerridge, the celebrity chef, he says you can do it for £2.47 each.
Yes, but when you look at what he's serving, it looks blooming horrible.
He said that's what he used to have when he was a kid. Instead of getting a turkey or a chicken, you get turkey mince and you mix it with sausage meat. And you make basically a
meatloaf.
A meatloaf, yeah.
But he's got no greens on the plate or anything.
No.
And a parsnip and a couple of potatoes.
It really doesn't look terribly Christmassy, does it?
No.
And then we've got another family saying we're having ourselves a merry little Christmas for £63. And then there's a big piece about how to make the perfect Christmas gravy. And apparently it's very scientific.
It is very scientific. You need to. Now here we go. I can tell you that you need to. Stir the jug of gravy for 2 minutes and 30 seconds, include all the juices from the turkey, and it should be served at 69 degrees Celsius, that's 156 Fahrenheit. Each person should have 4 fluid ounces, enough to coat the meat and all the trimmings.
I think I'd have more than 4 fluid ounces.
Oh, I do. I have loads of gravy.
Yeah, me too.
But I just get it out of a tub and add hot water. And then you get the perfect gravy every time.
Me too, absolutely. And then I always like, for me anyway, the rest of the family don't agree, but I like to have a sort of a teaspoon of mint sauce stirred into my gravy.
So I've never done that. It sounds quite nice.
It gives it quite a nice tang.
Sometimes I put a bit of horseradish in.
Oh, that would give it a punch.
A punch, but a nice, gentle punch. But anyway.
If you've got a favourite gravy recipe, share it, please. GBViews at gbnews.uk. How do you do it?
Anyway.
King Charles is going to have a big Christmas, apparently. He and Camilla have said they are going to do a really big Christmas this year, inviting the whole of the wider family.
Oh, well, most of them.
Yes, exactly. One wonders.
We shall see. We shall see. Would you believe it is 100 days today since the death of Queen Elizabeth at Balmoral? And it has been, it has to be said, a troublesome 100 days for the new king, especially with the fallout from that documentary.
Now, despite the harsh criticism that the Sussexes levelled at the rest of the royal family, it is reported that the Duke and Duchess will still be invited, that's Harry and Meghan, by the way, they will still be invited to the coronation in May.
Well, our royal reporter, Cameron Walker, reflects now on the first 100 days of the King's reign.
Buckingham Palace has confirmed that Her Majesty the Queen has died.
God save the King.
King Charles ascended the throne during troubled times for Great Britain. Families are forced to choose between heating and eating. There's disagreements about how to handle migrants landing on our shores. Even the King's own son and his wife are polarising opinions.
He's dealt quite well with the revelations and the accusations contained in the Meghan and Harry six-parter on Netflix because he hasn't responded. There's been very little of substance to respond to, but he's kept his cool and he believes that the ship of state will weather this storm as it's weathered many in the past.
In his first 100 days, His Majesty's made a point of visiting all four corners of the United Kingdom. Just days into the role, the King promised religious leaders to protect the space for faith itself. Defender of the faith, perhaps turning into defender of all religions, signalling his personal commitments to Christianity, Islam, Judaism and other faiths. New 50p coins bearing the effigy of King Charles are now being spent in our shops. They went into circulation earlier this month and other coins will follow soon. Keeping with tradition, the King's portrait faces to the left, in the opposite direction to the late Queen. His effigy was created by sculptor Martin Jennings and was personally approved by Charles.
All those weeks, those months of work, the great collaboration that you have with the designers at the Royal Mint, all of that goes into producing just one piece of metal, if you think of it in those terms, even though there are millions of them. They reproduce again and again exactly that one piece.
King Charles has spent a lot of time on engagements with young people. Many believe the monarchy survives by staying relevant to the next generation. As well as meeting young business leaders in Bradford, he talked to trainee silversmiths in London. Two egg incidents that scrambled close protection officers to the King's side has raised some concerns about security. But the King appears to tackle challenges head-on, deciding on an unplanned walkabout, showing he is not afraid to meet and greet strangers. King Charles III has benefited from a huge increase in popularity since the start of his reign. Insiders hope it only strengthens ahead of his coronation next year. Cameron Walker, GB News.
Well, joining us now from Los Angeles is showbiz correspondent Kinsey Schofield. Morning to you, Kinsey. I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? Because it's 100 days, as Cameron pointed out, which has had plenty of trauma, actually, and a lot of it on a very personal front, really, for the King.
Absolutely. And I think a lot of us are surprised by this Daily Mail exclusive that the King could potentially invite, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex to the coronation. A lot of us are opposed to this because we're very protective of the family. However, invitations have not gone out. Buckingham Palace said that invitations have not gone out. They didn't want to comment any further. And Anne, Stephen, we have not even read those pages of spare yet.
No, of course, that we don't know what we're all going to think of that. That's sort of mid-January, isn't it? But if an invitation does go to the Sussexes, I've been reflecting, well, we've both been talking about it, and we actually think maybe it's quite a clever move because it sort of exposes them. If they accept the invitation and come, a lot of people are going to think that's a bit weird, a bit hypocritical, after all their criticism of the monarchy. And if they don't accept it, then they are the people who have turned the invitation down. It's quite clever, don't you think?
I do think it's I was just listening to Tom Bower's Revenge and listening to how important the long game was to Queen Elizabeth. And that very much sounds like a long game kind of plan. But you know what? I also think that Harry and Meghan might want a season 2. So they'd gladly show up with cameras in tow.
Well, yes, you do wonder with all of that. Meanwhile, Lady Hussey has met Ngozi Fulani, hasn't she, over this racism row at the palace a couple of weeks ago. They've met and apparently made up.
Absolutely. This happened on Friday. We're hearing that it was a very pleasant meeting between both women. I think it stresses how much, the palace wants to distance themselves from claims of racism. Inclusivity is becoming very important to the palace, and diversity, especially when you have Harry and Meghan in the States making some of these claims.
Absolutely. And it also shows, I suppose, that the King is running things rather differently. He has responded very, very quickly to this problem, and it appears to have burst the bubble. On the other hand, there will be people who think that this race row should never have happened. It was blown up out of all proportion. And as the Palace themselves point out, it's sort of taken on a life of its own, in that Ngozi Fulani has been horribly trolled online, and a lot of people have been outraged about Lady Susan as well. And it may well be that it has a life of its own now, even though these two central characters have made up.
And I can't agree with you more, because I feel like this story should be so much bigger than it is. I feel like we should be hearing about this so much more, because the day that this incident happened, I remember waking up, looking at my phone and being horrified, going, oh my gosh, this is going to be the talk, for the next week. This is all we're going to talk about. And this meeting right here, I've not read about it on too many places. I feel like this should be a much bigger story. I think a life of its own is a great way to describe it. And unfortunately, I'm sorry that Sister Space, was harassed, and they're having to look into perhaps shutting that down. But I really do ache for Lady Susan Hussey, who for the rest of her life, when you Google her, these allegations are going to be front and center.
Not to repair that one.
Yes, I think so. OK, Kinsey, thank you very much indeed. Good to talk to you. I think that's quite a remarkable picture, actually, because they both look relaxed.
Yeah.
And as I say, for Lady Susan, I think that does repair a lot of the damage, or perceived damage.
And actually,
anyway.
by the sound of it, they've both been through a terrible time since that happened.
Well, it's interesting, the statement from the palace says Ms Fulani, who has unfairly received the most appalling torrent of abuse on social media and elsewhere, has accepted the apology and appreciates that no malice was intended.
Maybe we've all learned from it too. Maybe we do need to move on from being a society where even older members, and Lady Susan's 83, even older members have got to sort of think you don't ask people where they're from anymore, because it's weighted. It may not be meant with malice, but it has an effect.
Yeah. I mean, I know there are varying views on all of this. I just sort of think, let it die down now. It's resolved, let it die down, because for the sake of all of this, and for the sake of Lady Susan, as an 83-year-old who served the Queen voluntarily, actually, for decades and decades, and faithfully so, it would be better just to let it all drop.
Well, I think that picture says it all, doesn't it? For both characters involved. I think for Lady Susan, she can sit back and think, no, I did the right thing, and she showed that she was magnanimous enough to. I mean, at her great age, she doesn't have to, does she? But she thought, no, I'll meet this woman, and I will properly apologise, and she's done so. And I think that says a lot for her character, but also for Ngozi Fulani, who's been through a terrible time since she said what she said, and she looks very happy in that photograph too. I think that let the matter rest with that photograph if we can.
Yes, yeah, that'd be nice.
Do you agree? I don't know.
Well, I'm sure you'll let us know. We've got more to come for you, including a look at the newspapers with Mariana Hotter and John McTurnan.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Dubes & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Mark Stein. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
Why not take us home with you by visiting the GB News shop at gbnews.store? You'll find all the official merchandise, a really good present actually for yourself, your friends or your family.
We ship across the UK mainland at no extra cost. GB News, the People's Channel.
Here on GB News Live, we'll be keeping you in the picture, finding out what's happening across the country and finding out why it matters to you. We'll have the facts fast with our team of reporters and specialist correspondents. Wherever it's happening, we'll be there from 12 noon on TV, radio and online. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday on GB News, it's Bev Turner Today from 10 a.m. We're going to be here for you, our GB News family, to keep you up to date, but also make you smile.
The guy went from puberty to adultery.
And I can't wait to bring a few of my own opinions.
I have no time for cultural totalitarianism.
We'll engage in passionate, but always polite debate, with your thoughts and opinions at the centre of it all. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
"6:36, this is Breakfast with Stephen and Hattie. Plenty of you been in touch. I've got to do this one from Tony, talking about special advisors, SPADs, as they're known, to the government, right? Because we had Charlie Rowley on before, and he's coming back at the top of the next hour, so he'll be listening to this. Tony says, have you noticed how young these advisors are? What experience of life can they draw on to help the government? And do you know what? It's a fair point,
It is
Tony.
a fair point. Yeah.
However,
they're clever, though.
SPADs are always young. And always have been young people, but they are they are like the brightest of the bright.
They really are.
They really know their onions.
And you can see how they're going to go into politics themselves one day, can't you? Rosemary's been in touch. She says, for the past few years on Christmas, we've had an Aunt Bessie toad in the hole with roast potatoes and a pudding. We have a challenge to try and eat for very little cost. What we would have spent on turkey and luxury eating, we donate to the homeless.
Oh. Well, that's very nice.
It really is.
But
Toad in the hole for Christmas lunch.
If
you like Toad in the hole.
See, Sharon says, my family are going for a curry this year, a vindaloo on Christmas Day, something different.
Ooh.
Will it feel Christmassy, though? I couldn't do it. I couldn't.
A vindaloo with lots of tinsel.
Not for Christmas dinner. But
anyway, let us know. We'll go into those. You've already been in touch. Thank you so much with some really great ideas.
Now, let's have a look at the newspapers for you. We'll start with The Times. It has an interview with the General Secretary of the Royal College of Nursing, who's told the Prime Minister to get a grip.
The Mail says hospitals have been told to empty beds before next week's ambulance strikes. But how?
The Telegraph says the Duke and Duchess of Sussex will be invited to the coronation, despite all the recent controversy.
And The Guardian claims traces of a suspected Class A drug were found at a government home after parties attended by political allies of Liz Truss before she became Prime Minister.
And The Sun says Gary Glitter, who was jailed in 2015 for sexually abusing young girls, will be released from prison within weeks after serving half of his sentence.
Interesting mixture of headlines there, actually.
Isn't it just?
Time to go through the papers now, then. Let's have a look what's inside as well, with political strategist John McTernan and anthropologist Marianne Ochota. And it's lovely to see you both.
Hello.
Right, we're going to start with you, Marianne. And yes, the Mail reporting that hospitals have been told get people out of bed because the 999 strike is going to need more beds or something.
Well, so that you can effectively... So paramedics who are striking this Wednesday coming and December the 28th as well, obviously there'll be a much limited service because many people will be on the picket line. And so the agreements that are being drawn up and working out where to deploy military personnel effectively as stand-in ambulance drivers to kind of fill in those gaps, the principle is as soon as a paramedic team turns up at a hospital, they need to be able to discharge their patient to the hospital in order to then get back on the road to go and get the next 999 call. Now, that makes complete sense because there's only a limit to what care a paramedic can provide, even though they're phenomenally trained, they've got amazing equipment these days. You can't give someone life-saving
No, their job is to get them out of the ambulance
Their job
into
is
the hospital
to
bed.
keep them alive until you can get them to proper care. And then the people in A&E, at a certain point, you've been triaged, you've had the kind of, I don't know, the life-threatening bit of your injury or illness dealt with. You then need to be fed into the rest of the hospital system so that you're looked after by other doctors or nurses, specialists or whoever. So it's really good that they're talking about this with regards to the strike days. But my overriding feeling is that's what should happen every day.
Absolutely.
Come on, folks.
Haven't we? The minute we saw
They're
that.
having all these crisis talks because the paramedics have been pushed to breaking point, and they're going, we cannot do our job. We are compromising patient safety day after day, shift after shift, and it takes a huge toll, not only because they're arriving to patients late, too late, or because they're limited by what help they can do because they're sitting outside in the car park of an A&E, unable to get their patient to the help they need. It's just
like a trolley.
ridiculous.
Yes.
The ambulance is the new trolley weight.
Yeah.
And I've heard of hospitals in London where they're saying, let's put one paramedic in charge of 3 of the ambulances so we can get the other medics out on the road. So they're actually turning it into a hospital outside the hospital, an A&E outside the A&E.
Yeah.
But if it is possible to reduce the number of patients in beds, in other words, free up beds, if it's possible to do it on strike days, why aren't they doing it every day?
Well, there's the question. And fundamentally, you've kind of got this knock-on in the link of medical and social care. So the reason that people are... I mean, bed blocking is a horrible term because it makes it sound like it's the patient's fault, going, no, I'm not going, I want to stay here where the nurses bring me nice tea. It's not that.
No.
It's that if you've just had a hip operation and you cannot move back to your house because you can't get to the toilet, then you're going to end up back in hospital. It needs to be adapted. You need home care, you need support, you need all that stuff that means that you're not...
Joined-up thinking.
There you go. And joined-up thinking, unfortunately, requires funding. It always comes back to money.
Joined-up funding.
Joined-up funding, yeah. Exactly.
Is there any hint in this Daily Mail piece about how any administration in any hospital is going to actually free up these beds?
No, there's a sort of just suggestion like, we'll chuck them out and hope for the best because by the time they cycle back, because some old person has fallen down.
Call an ambulance.
And they call an ambulance. There won't be an ambulance. It says also some of the ambulance services have agreed with the NHS bosses that an old, for example, a frail elderly person who has a fall won't be allocated on the system until they've been on the floor for 4 hours.
What?
Things like second-tier critical care. So things like, and I was like, well, what would that be? It's things like having a stroke or a heart attack. You know, the things where normally you're told, call 999. That's second tier. Tier 1, or category 1 calls are the person's heart has literally stopped and someone is doing CPR rather than that you're ashen grey and you're clutching your chest. You're not ill enough yet to get an ambulance. So unfortunately, on Wednesday and December the 28th, and I guess other times of every week from now until this all gets resolved.
Don't be ill.
Don't be ill, or at that point, keep petrol in the tank.
Yeah.
Have the phone numbers of your neighbours.
Don't go up and down the stairs.
Well, meanwhile,
terrible, isn't it?
the RCN,
Merry
John, in the
Christmas.
Times, saying the Prime Minister needs to get a grip of all of this.
Well, I think they're speaking for the country. How can it be that the Royal College of Nursing, the professional body for nurses, go on strike for the first time in their history, and all they're asking now is not even let's have talks with the government, let the pay review body reconvene, let the pay review body look at how different this year has been than they thought when the inflation expectations were set. And it's just, it seems the government are committed to just saying no, and I don't think, well, the cost is for the health services, for the nurses, it's for the patients, it's for the whole system. And I do feel in this one, the government, Rishi Sunak has read it really badly wrong. And he was the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and when you're the Chancellor, you're meant to say no. You're meant to say, I'm not going to give you the money. But when you're the Prime Minister, you've got to look at the whole picture, and I think he really should be bashing heads together and going, it's a simple thing.
But it would be a simple thing if it was just the nurses complaining.
Well,
but because you've got everybody and their mother's uncle out on strike at the moment. It's all about precedent, isn't it?
But you know, if Mick Lynch came on and said we should get the same as the nurses, you can say, and the rail companies would say, if your drivers want to get the same as nurses, train as nurses. I mean, the thing is, we've seen the rail companies have done a deal with the clerical staff. The Scottish company, ScotRail's done a deal with it. It's possible to do the deals, and I think the thing is, Mick's a great negotiator. But again, Mick needs to get to a point where people say, no, you can't go any further, and then he'll sit down. At the moment, I think he's got the backing of the public too, who just think inflation's so high, people have been having low pay rises. The government don't really make a good case. Are they involved in this or not?
Is there an argument to say, and and this is a purely personal view, right? Because we've talked to many unions, I mean, over the years, must have talked to them all, right? We talked to the boss and the deputy of the CWU, right, handling the post office workers over the last couple of weeks. They've both made very reasonable, reasoned arguments and about how the company structure is damaging the workforce, right? And you listen to that. Mick Lynch still seems to be on the militant side of this. Is he pushing a political agenda or not?
No, look, Mick is a great rail negotiator, which is like, I think Anne, you said it earlier on, you make a demand and you don't expect to get it all, and what you expect is to get, it's a deal, there's a deal, and the harder you are when you start, the middle will be something better for your members. But Mick knows, you listen to him, he knows all of the efficiencies he's got to deliver. He knows all the compromises he's going to have to make. And when he talks about, it's going to be driver-operated, driver-only operation, that's where some big savings got to be made. And in booking offices, because 80% of people buy the tickets on their phones now. So you can't have all these staff. And Mick will give in when he reaches, gets to the buffers. And I think the public want to see a rail service properly funded, properly supported, properly delivered, people getting decent pay. And I reckon as the different unions come to a deal, I think in the end RMT will come to a deal too.
But not if they don't actually meet and talk.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's it.
I mean, surely the whole point of a negotiation is that both sides wear each other down.
No, exactly.
But you can't do that if you're not talking.
Well, no, and also this idea that everybody's going on strike, even the nurses, even head teachers who are famously, historically, never strike because they don't want to bring the shame of saying we don't have any money. They don't want to bring that shame, that perception to their schools because it's damaging. And yet even they are saying, we have had enough, we can't keep doing this, we can't, chin up, keep going, the government or our employers will look after us eventually. These people have if they had stronger unions, if they'd had unions like the transport workers' unions, nurses wouldn't be on the pitiful pay that they are now because they would be paid, I mean, this kind of mystical, driver who's getting 200 grand a year or whatever, when actually most people who work on the railways are getting nowhere close to that.
No.
Someone in a ticket office is getting, the minimum wage.
Should we move on to the other big controversy of the day? The Duke and Duchess of Sussex.
I thought you were going to say Strictly Come Dancing.
Oh, no, that's next, yeah. But the big sort of message coming out, being briefed from Buckingham Palace, is that they probably will be invited to the coronation.
Quite right, too. I mean, it's the most important thing that's happening in Charles's life. He's become king, 100 days of his reign so far. This is one of his two sons. He's not estranged from him. Harry and Meghan haven't done anything wrong, regardless of what people think. And so, of course, they should be there. It just seems really baffling to me that this is...
Well,
even a story.
A story,
yeah. You say they haven't done anything wrong. They've launched attacks on their family.
Or mainly on the media, actually.
In public.
In huge global...
Yes, they've done a lot on the media, but to say... But they have launched some personal comments.
I've got two sons, you've got two sons.
Yeah.
They fight and they love each other at the same time. That's how it is. And for all that
But you don't air your dirty linen in public.
Well, my boys don't have access to Netflix to produce documentaries.
It does
That'd be a very
much
funny
worse,
documentary.
The fact that one has said something about the other to a global audience.
The protocol of the royals of Buckingham Palace since forever has been keep quiet and carry on. Yeah. No dirty laundry in public.
Suck it up.
And I think to some extent there's something very refreshing about saying that's not how the world works anymore because, and to put it bluntly for Harry, that killed my mother. So I'm not doing it again. Thank you very much. But I don't think that means that you become a person who doesn't...
A pariah.
A pariah, yeah. I think...
But you were mentioning earlier this saying that you've heard, that you are, as a parent, you are only as What you said it better.
Oh yeah, so we were talking. You're only ever as happy as your unhappiest child,
and that is so true.
Right, because mine are little, so I mean, unhappinesses and happinesses for them are kind of fleeting.
Yeah, but I mean, I've got four sons.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
And yet, when one of them is going through a trauma or a crisis,
it really impacts on you.
It colours the complete you, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Even if your other children are as happy as Larry, the one that's unhappy is the one that colours your life.
Honestly, I think I would much rather take from this story the positive, which is this is a family who are working through their baggage, who are finding ways to find love for each other and to demonstrate that personally, privately, but also on a public stage, going, this is... Move on, folks. Yes. This is not your business.
The dad who's saying you're welcome.
Yeah, I think that's wonderful.
And what was your dad?
And what was your dad?
I think almost everything he's done since he became king has said nice things about him. Very...
Do you know what, though? I don't think our viewers are going to agree with either of you this morning, but let us know.
Show love, reach out, forgiveness and togetherness.
I'm all for that. I just think Harry needs to start doing that as well. Anyway, we're leaving it there because we're out of time.
OK.
But good to see you both. Good to see you. Let's talk about something else. It's about snow, because there's going to be...
There's a lot of it around.
There's a yellow weather warning, right? Ice and snow expected to blanket the UK this weekend. So, Jeff Moody has been out on the road with a snow warden in Devon.
Loki. It's always a great moment when we first see snow. There's snowmen to build, snowballs to throw. But we've seen it now. Time to move on. Here in North Devon, we've only had an inch or two of snow, but the trouble is it's not going anywhere. The sun is too weak at this time of year to melt it, and during the evenings and at night, it gets icier and icier. This snow has been here a week. It's not going anywhere fast, and the Met Office say it's the wrong type of snow.
Often when we get snow, it's to do with milder air coming in from the Atlantic, and it's what we call transient snow. So it snows heavily, but then it clears away, or it doesn't certainly last too long. But because we've been in the cold air, it's not going to shift. Temperatures have been struggling to get above freezing by day and well below freezing at night. So it sticks around. It may melt a little bit through the day, and then that just makes things really icy and really treacherous. So it has been an unusually long, cold spell of weather.
They're calling it the Troll of Trondheim, and it's got a sting in its tail. Dozens of flights out of Glasgow have been cancelled or delayed. Similar scenes at other airports. Passengers stranded, long waits on the tarmac. In parts of Scotland, homes have been without power for nearly a week, and train services have been cancelled or delayed, piling more misery onto commuters already battling against strikes. Last week, in a single day, the RAC responded to 8 call-outs a minute. Monday, the busiest day ever, 12,000 call-outs as motorists struggled to get a grip. It's not so much the main roads, it's the B roads, the small lanes, the winding hills and valleys, the driveways. That's what's causing the problem, and it's that that's causing thousands of people to be trapped in their own homes. Again. Bill Gein is a parish councillor in North Malton, Devon. He's the council's designated snow warden. The council tackles the main roads. The smaller routes are left to the community.
We're a close community and we do what we can to help ourselves. We would like the county council to do more on some of the main roads and our more used routes, but we're going to lobby for that. But we do what we can.
This weekend, the Met Office says, brace yourselves for more. It'll get worse before it gets better. The advice for drivers, stay at home this weekend till the rain comes. Next week, the snow should melt, just in time for more strikes. Jeff Moody, GB News.
It fills you with a bit of horror seeing all of that. I mean, I like looking. If you're somewhere,
It's beautiful to look at.
If you're static, if you're in the house,
Yeah.
you don't have to go anywhere. It's lovely.
But the minute you have to go anywhere, and at the moment there's a lot of that, as Jeff was saying, there's this compacted snow and then a layer of ice on the top of it. But if you say that it's suddenly in some parts it's going to go up to 13 degrees.
So
That's
it should all
plus
be
13 degrees next week.
Oh.
That doesn't make any sense.
Extraordinary, isn't it?
Like I said, that's going to cause burst pipes. It really is. That's a big problem.
But it'll be nice to have a little bit of warm. Turn the heating off for a day.
Yeah, really. At 13 degrees, you should be able to turn the heating off, really.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, still haven't got mine on. I keep putting it on for little boosts for a couple of hours to take the edge off. But I was sat on the sofa with the duvet on the other day.
Yeah. And if you've got a dog
actually.
or a cat, now is the time to encourage them to come onto your lap.
They'll never do it when you want to.
According to Michael Mosley, the doctor, writing in today's Mail, no, they never do it they only do it when they want to do it. But it's good for you from a comfort point of view. But my goodness, they are a cheap form of. Well, they're not so cheap, actually, are they?
No.
But they are a hot water bottle sort of effect. Wendy says, I used an old pair of tights and stockings to make draft excluders. You just stuff them with newspapers or cut up old T-shirts, etc. Also, a great website is called FreeCycle. Yeah, my sons have told me about this. It's all over the country. Just go to the website and select your local area. I got a whole double bed frame and a chest of drawers for nothing.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it?
FreeCycle's good.
I'm a bit torn with this, because it's very good for the soul. If you've got stuff you don't want and then you will give it away so someone can have it for nothing. Or, if you're really tight for cash, do you put it on something like eBay and sell it?
Yes.
I don't know, which would you rather do? I don't know.
Well, if you've got any money-saving, Christmassy type tips, also how to make the perfect gravy, do get in touch. GBViews at gbnews.uk.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
The national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here. You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us. We are GB News, right across the nation. You can get us on television, on radio, on digital. We're absolutely everywhere.
Amazing! You see, amazing!
You remind me of me in the European Parliament. But here's the most important bit. We are not part of the mainstream establishment. We think and speak just like you do. We are the People's Channel.
Magnificent. That's really, really thoughtful.
Come and join us on GB News, the People's News Channel.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Join me, Nana Akue, Saturday and Sunday afternoons on GB News. Expect fiery debate and passionate discussion as me and my panel tackle some of the biggest topics hitting the headlines. It's a place for everyone's opinion. No one gets cancelled, but no one gets an easy ride.
Oh, she's on it today!
Be ready for conversations that are fierce, frank, and of course, fun. Every Saturday and Sunday afternoon from 4 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512,
Virgin Media Channel 604,
Freesat Channel 216,
Freeview Channel 236,
and YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio,
with the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel. I'm Michael Portillo. Join me on GB News on a Sunday morning for topical discussion, debate, arts and culture, and sometimes even ethical dilemmas.
I don't always agree with you, Michael.
Michael Portillo, Sundays on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Here on GB News Live, we'll be keeping you in the picture, finding out what's happening across the country and finding out why it matters to you. We'll have the facts fast with our team of reporters and specialist correspondents. Wherever it's happening, we'll be there from 12 noon on TV, radio and online. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday on GB News, it's Bev Turner Today from 10 a.m. We're going to be here for you, our GB News family, to keep you up to date, but also make you smile.
The guy went from puberty to adultery.
And I can't wait to bring a few of my own opinions.
I have no time for cultural totalitarianism.
We'll engage in passionate, but always polite debate, with your thoughts and opinions at the centre of it all. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Commuters are stranded across the country after more rail strikes, and there's a warning for cancer patients as nurse and ambulance staff prepare to take action next week.
Good morning to you. It's 7 o'clock. It's Saturday, the 17th of December already. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
Well, I do expect more travel delays today as rail workers walk out until midnight tonight. Meanwhile, hospitals have been warned to free up beds if they can in order to prepare for extensive disruption caused by the upcoming ambulance staff strike next week.
New data suggests nearly a quarter of us will start the new year in debt. We want to know if you're affected and what challenges you're facing as we introduce you to experts who we hope can help.
Harry and Meghan will be invited to attend King Charles's coronation. That's despite causing controversy with their documentary. While official invitations for the event have yet to be sent out, because I haven't got mine yet, reports claim the King is offering an olive branch to the couple, but will they grasp it?
And the Met Office has warned that half of the UK are going to be covered in ice over the next 24 hours. Blizzards, 6 inches of snow on the way tomorrow. People in northern England and Wales have already been told to be ready for power cuts and travel disruptions.
Lots of people getting in touch already saying they think King Charles has got it wrong.
Yeah.
And that actually he should take a much harder line with the Sussexes. But it is Christmas and he loves his son. What do you think? Has he done the right thing? Do join in on any of our discussions, won't you? gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Well, it's the second day of the national rail strikes this week as members of the RMT continue their walkout over pay.
Elsewhere, hospitals have been told to free up as much space as possible to limit the disruption that will be caused by striking ambulance staff next week. And the General Secretary of the Royal College of Nursing, Pat Cullen, has called out Health Secretary Steve Barclay's so-called macho negotiating style. And she said to Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, get a grip and step in.
Well, let's talk to former Special Advisor to Michael Gove, Charlie Rowley, who's here. Good morning.
Morning.
Does the PM need to get a grip?
Well, I think the government certainly needs to demonstrate that it's taking these striking actions seriously, that obviously anybody that is going to fall ill over this winter, where particularly if you're elderly and more vulnerable, that tends to happen. So it is a action being taken by the unions, whether it's on the railways, whether it's in the health sector. These are going to impact people, vulnerable people, I should say, the most. So the government does need to get a grip, and it does need to make sure that it is demonstrating that it's negotiating properly, fairly, but making sure that actually people are protected and people can get the medical help that they need.
But do you think it is negotiating properly and fairly? I mean, the RCN, I know they've got their own agenda, obviously, but Steve Barclay, the Health Secretary, has been very hardline.
Well, I think Steve, as I've said previously, I think he's a very senior cabinet minister. He's a former chief secretary to the Treasury, so he understands the public finances. I think asking for what was the original ask of a 20% increase, which is way above inflation, above what anyone is going to receive this year, was probably over-ambitious, and that's why talks have stalled. But I think, if there is conversations that can still take place, they should. I'd encourage that, and I think everybody just wants to make sure at a time, as I say, the vulnerable will be impacted the most, that we can draw a line under these strikes and get people back to work.
It's funny because both Stephen and I were quite shocked to find it actually is the 17th of December today, and doesn't leave much time for anyone to talk and still try and get to see their own family for Christmas. What do you think the government will be doing in that short... Basically, it's a week now, isn't it? I mean, they will be wanting, in normal times, to sort of start thinking of Christmas themselves. But will they be nose to the grindstone trying to address this problem?
I think they will. I think it is the number one story. It's in all of the front pages. It will be in the papers for the next few days, because we will hear, no doubt, about people that might not have been able to get the medical attention that they need. We'll certainly hear about people not being able to see their families, probably for a third year running, if the rail dispute doesn't come to an end. I mean, when it comes to the railways, I think there is a determination on behalf of the RMT to cause maximum disruption, but is getting minimal sympathy from the public now because of offers that have been made.
Not according to our poll the other day. Was it yesterday already?
Yesterday.
Yeah, which actually said that, that there's... People are actually seeing their point of view and supporting them more than the government at the moment.
Well, I think the people that I talk to, we have a different conclusion. I suspect those people are just pretty relieved that they don't get to see their mother-in-law in Christmas or something like that. But I think, I think people will want to make sure that they can see their families this Christmas. As I say, it could be the third year running that people aren't able to share that time with their loved ones, with their families, on the back of COVID. And now this year, the 1 year where we could all be together again and get back to normal times, that is currently being upheld by the RMT.
Do you think? I mean, what's the government strategy here? Do you think, from your expertise in the field, in terms of playing a longer game? Because this can't go. I mean, obviously you've got the strike problems, all the rest of it, but it's all essentially linked to cost of living, linked to inflation. There's nothing we can do about Ukraine per se. But at what point does the government have to start, relieving some of the pressure for us?
I think that's absolutely right. But I think, Jeremy Hunt, I think, was on the airwaves earlier this week to say that obviously inflation is the number one issue that the government has to grapple with. That is the number one issue that, people do care about, I think, because that is ultimately the cost of living. So getting inflation down, getting interest rates back down, hopefully next year, will be the number one issue to help people with the cost of living. Until then, there has to be fiscal discipline, there has to be restraint where it's needed. And I think most people do recognise that. And that's why I think, there is a coordinated number of strikes taking place particularly at Christmas, for maximum gain on the union's part. But I think, a government that is demonstrating that it has the ability to look after the public finances, that it has to have difficult conversations.
Also to look after their health and their freedom to travel, hasn't it? I mean, you say that the fiscal problems is number one priority. It may be to Jeremy Hunt and it may be to Rishi Sunak, but it isn't if your granny's just fallen down the stairs and can't get an ambulance to take her to hospital.
Quite, which is why we obviously want to see, and I think the government will want to see everybody return to work. Nobody wants to see the hospital or medical profession go on strike because of those fears and worries that you've just said about family members that may be older, more vulnerable, falling ill at a time like this. But that's why I think there is more sympathy for the nurses in this case, who have said that they would return if there were an emergency, or if there are emergencies taking place to look after those that are most vulnerable. But we just hope that those talks continue. We hope there can be a resolution and get this country running again.
Oh, well, let's hope so. Charlie, good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah. Right now, it's 7 minutes past 7. Do get in touch with us and tell us what you think. Already lots of people have, which is really useful. We'll go through some of your views in a couple of moments. Shall we bring you up to date, though, with a few other headlines? And a man and a woman have been arrested after 2 young boys were found dead in East London. Emergency services were called to Cornwallis Road in Dagenham, where they discovered the children, aged 2 and 5. The Met Police say both suspects were known to the boys.
The committee investigating the January 6th Capitol riots is reportedly preparing to vote on 3 criminal charges against Donald Trump. If passed, they'll urge the US Justice Department to indict the former president with offences including insurrection.
And the Met Office have issued a yellow weather warnings as ice is expected for much of Scotland, the northwest, the southwest and Wales today. This comes as blizzards are set to sweep across the north of the country this weekend. Temperatures could suddenly rise on Sunday, however, and ice is then expected to create rather difficult road conditions. Simon in York has been in touch. I'm sorry.
No.
I was admitted to hospital related to oncology a couple of years ago. It's the first time ever spent in hospital, which was a 2-night stay. One of the causes of bed availability is actually how difficult it is to get out of hospital. From being informed of my discharge, the process of actually leaving took around 5 hours. Waiting for sign-off discharge documents from a doctor is almost impossible because they're busy making ward visits and other medical activities. Fast-track discharge and beds will be available much quicker, or could be available much quicker.
Yeah. Well, it's true, but again, is that just down to resources, personnel? I mean, people would argue well, that's down to money, then, isn't it? And not enough doctors.
Good
and
admin,
trained.
good management.
You do. I mean, things like proper admin, proper logistics, if you like, makes a huge difference, and you wonder whether it's all being run as well as it could be. William says, talk about the financial side of things, what about the millions of people in the UK on minimum wage? Even with next year's rise, they're struggling and have to survive on far less than the strikers. No one speaks for them and they can't go on strike. Well, at least a lot of them can't go on strike. It's a struggle. It is a struggle. Bernard, talking about the Susan Hussey thing and what have you. Bernard was in the army and he said, we always asked where people were from. Unless they had a strong accent, and then you sort of was saying, well, where in Manchester are you from? It doesn't understand the racist element. I think if you read the transcript, her recollection of what was said, Bernard, it's a bit more pointed than that. So it's a more difficult read than that.
Yes, it's uncomfortable to read it.
But
not quite right, but...
It's not quite right, because the other thing is it's her recollection of it, and it's not in the context. Reading something isn't the same as being there and witnessing it. So, I mean, you just don't know, do you, is the bottom line.
You don't know, but at least the two ladies concerned in that have met. An apology was made. An apology was made by Buckingham Palace, wasn't it?
Yeah, and
it's resulted in a lovely picture there.
Well, they both look very relaxed.
And if they can move on from it, I think we all should, shouldn't we? Clearly,
yeah.
It was just an incident that sort of took on its own life and maybe shouldn't have. And then we come to Harry and Meghan, don't we? Kelly says, I think we're at a real tipping point for the monarchy. The royal family probably feel they have no choice but to invite Harry and Meghan to the coronation. Hopefully they'll decline. I can't see how they can make a documentary like that, heavily criticising the institution, and then come to such an historic event. I had hoped the documentary would try and heal any rifts and move on. It's done the complete opposite. I personally feel they should be stripped of their titles. It's so sad for the family, but the UK and the Commonwealth, they could have been, for the UK and the Commonwealth, they could have been such an amazing asset.
You see, Pat says, Charles has it all wrong. I won't be watching the coronation if they're present. I hope they're booed.
No.
Sad I can't be there to do it. But Anne says, pleased about the decision to include Meghan and Harry at the coronation. The shame will be on them for their lies. Long live the King.
And Sian points out that King Charles is a loving father and been very magnanimous if he invites Harry and his spouse. The big question, Sian sees it a different way from the way I was saying earlier. Sian says the big question is, will Harry have the humility to attend and grasp the olive branch? Because I was saying, if he does attend, a lot of people will see that as being hypocritical, attending a big monarchical event that he has been so critical of. So, yeah, if Harry and Meghan do accept the invitation and come, will that be a sign of their humility, or will it just make them look like hypocrites?
Well, I think it'll tell us what is going to happen moving forward, if they're there or not. If they don't go, which I think is probably a wise decision, however, that's it then, isn't it? That's a line.
It is a line, yes.
Anyway.
And if they do say, yes, we'll come, then at the palace they're going to figure out where to sit them.
Yes.
And that is oh, gosh, that's why they're trained to do what they do.
Probably put them in the bosom of the family, I should think.
They'd have to.
But I don't. It's very, very different. But I agree with you in that I think it's probably actually a very clever move to invite them.
Yes.
Whereas the initial reaction is no, don't. But actually,
maybe it's the wisest thing. And then you're sort of handing the problem to them in a way. You say, come if you want.
Yeah.
Come if you want.
It's my mother always says, never put yourself in the wrong.
That's very true. That's a very good one.
Yeah. And that's what Charles is doing. He's making sure he's on the right side of the argument. He's doing the right,
honourable thing, isn't he?
Anyway, keep your thoughts coming through on
please.
that. Also, keep your thoughts coming through on debt now to save a bit of money, because A new survey has revealed that more than a quarter of us expect to start the new year in debt, including 50% of 18 to 34-year-olds.
That is a really depressing statistic. As young people should be starting the new year better off than that, shouldn't they? The survey also found that, on average, it's going to take almost 2 years for those people to pay back the debt, meaning that they'll still owe money this time next year.
Well, let's get some advice, should we, and talk to Mr. Moneyjar, Timmy Merriman-Johnson, who's a personal finance expert. Really good to see you this morning. What do we do then? It's not, if we move away from the idea of not trying to get into debt, but if we're in debt, how do we manage that sensibly and make sure we don't add to it moving forward?
Yeah, well, thank you very much for having me on the show this morning. The findings from Tesco Bank are hardly surprising. In this cost of living crisis that we're in, the biggest rises in our costs are in our daily necessities, our housing costs, our bills, our food. But I think the most important thing to start off with is that debt is neither good nor bad. It's simply a tool that you can use to help or hinder you. And if you are going to use debt, it's important to make sure that you only borrow what you can afford to repay, and that when you get into the new year, you have some sort of plan as how you're going to pay that debt back, so that you're not paying interest on it in the new year.
Imagine one of the first hurdles you've got to overcome is the sheer fright of it. Knowing that you've got an enormous amount of debt at the beginning of a year, we don't know how tough the year is going to become. It's a frightening thing, debt, isn't it?
It can be very frightening for people, and I don't want to trivialize it all. It can cause problems for people. But I think if you're borrowing debt at low or 0%, then you will have that period to pay the debt back. Where it can cause problems for people is when you have really high interest debt or lots of little debts that are very difficult to manage. If you have one big debt and it's at a high interest rate, you could look to consolidate it. There are things like balance transfers cards which you can use to shift expensive debt to a low or 0% environment. And if you have lots of little debts that you can't keep track of and that are worrying you, there are organizations that you can speak to, Step Change being a fantastic charity that I've worked with in the past, who specialize in helping people to come up with repayment plans, liaising with creditors on their behalf, and so on.
I mean, what sort of advice do people need when it comes to, because you say all these issues of how to deal with the debt, how to start repaying the debt, but on top of that, what you've got to do is obviously manage your finances to an extent so you've got at least a little bit of money to start paying that debt off, whether it's £1 a week. So how do people then learn to budget properly within what can be very, very limited resources?
Sure. Something that I've been doing as prices have been going up is I've actually been checking in with my money week to week. The standard advice is to, if you're just starting out a budget, to look over the last 3 to 6 months, write out everything, categorize everything. But I've actually found that for people who aren't, who just getting started with budgeting and who perhaps don't want to look at their finances, that simply starting by looking at the last 7 days, looking at what you spent in a non-judgmental way, and then making tweaks for the week ahead is a great place to start and build. And then you can start to make a plan as to how to pay these debts off slowly and over time.
Mr. Moneyjar, I mean, did you have to face this sort of problem yourself and work it through?
Yes, in fact, I did have some debt when I left university. So I took out a bank account that had a student overdraft, as me and many of my friends did. And it was quite interesting because I spent a lot of university in that overdraft and then left, went to my first job, and my first pay slip actually returned me to £0. So this is a story that I share with people when it comes to debt, which is that, and I'm just going to say it again, in my view, debt is not a good or a bad thing. You can actually use it to break up the cost of large purchases. If you're kind of savvy with it, you can use it to get rewards points and that sort of thing. It's just that you only want to borrow the amount that you can manage and have that plan to pay off over time. And don't kind of bury your head in the sand about it. You do need to stay on top of it and be organized in how you pay it back.
Yeah.
Keep your head, I think, as well.
Timmy, good to see you. Thanks very much indeed.
I find debt frightening.
But it is, I suppose, but we all have debt in terms of things like, if you've got a mortgage or, your car payments or all that sort of thing. But because it's controlled and you know what you're doing with it, and you say, well, I can afford this, so I'll take this out. It's fine. It's that uncontrolled debt. It's where it spirals out of control.
Just literally doing that interview has reminded me, yesterday, I suddenly deducted 50 quid for Financial Times. I thought, what the heck? I was, a month ago, I was doing something, I was writing for a newspaper or something, and I was researching something that required me to read something on the Financial Times website. So I paid, I subscribed to their, don't pay anything now.
Free trial.
Yeah, free trial, yeah. And I've made a note for myself, don't forget, the FT subscription cancel date is December the 15th.
And
I forgot to do that. 50 quid!
So that's for the year, is it? Or?
No, I think that's a month.
A month?
Well, I'll find out for you, but I can't. I literally just did that free trial and forgot to untrial myself.
You know what you can do, though? Here's my helpful tip with that, because I do it with things, is you subscribe, you have to put your card details in. Then you immediately unsubscribe.
Yes.
But your free trial period stays, but you immediately go on and say, I don't want to pay. So you do it in the same 5 minutes. You still get your free period, but then you don't get a hit like this.
Got a hit right, yeah.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
I'll tell you what I do, my little tip, and it depends on what sort of bank account you've got and all this, because it just made me think, because he's called Mr. Money Jar.
Yeah.
And it's a good way, the money jars are a good little thing to do. But I've got a debit card where every purchase I do, it rounds it up to the nearest pound.
Right, and then
puts it in it generates another little account that all the loose change goes into.
Yes.
And I bizarrely checked mine yesterday, and I've had the account about 6 months, and there's 40 quid in it.
Yeah, that's of just tiny small change.
And that's just tiny
roundups.
Roundups. Plus, they pay it on this particular bank account. They actually pay you like 5% interest on that.
Wow.
So you actually get.
That's good.
So it's worth things like that. Little thing, if you can afford to do it. Little roundups and things are not a bad way of doing it, because it just adds up then for Christmas. Well, that's a couple of Christmas presents.
All
isn't
right,
it?
and FYI, the FT, it's 4 weeks you get for £1, and then it's £35 a month, or £50 for 3 months. That must have been what I.
So you've got 3 months.
Got 3 months. Well, I'll just have to do an awful lot of reading of the Financial Times to.
Have you cancelled it now?
No.
Well, do it now.
Well,
Lummy neck, you do that while I tell everyone about the Royals, because today it's 100 days. Believe it or not, I can't quite believe it, since Queen Elizabeth died. And it has to be said, a bit of a troublesome 100 days for the King, especially with the fallout from Harry and Meghan's documentary.
Despite the harsh criticism the couple have already levelled at the royal family, it is reported now that the Duke and Duchess of Sussex will be invited to the coronation.
Well, our royal reporter Cameron Walker reflects now on the last 100 days, or we should say the first 100 days of the King's reign.
Buckingham Palace has confirmed that Her Majesty the Queen has died.
God save the King.
King Charles ascended the throne during troubled times for Great Britain. Families are forced to choose between heating and eating. There's disagreements about how to handle migrants landing on our shores. Even the King's own son and his wife are polarising opinions.
He's dealt quite well with the revelations and the accusations contained in the Meghan and Harry six-parter on Netflix, because he hasn't responded. There's been very little of substance to respond to, but he's kept his cool, and he believes that the ship of state will weather this storm as it's weathered many in the past.
In his first 100 days, His Majesty's made a point of visiting all 4 corners of the United Kingdom. Just days into the role, the King promised religious leaders to protect the space for faith itself. Defender of the faith, perhaps turning into defender of all religions, signalling his personal commitments to Christianity, Islam, Judaism and other faiths. New 50p coins bearing the effigy of King Charles are now being spent in our shops. They went into circulation earlier this month, and other coins will follow soon. Keeping with tradition, the King's portrait faces to the left, in the opposite direction to the late Queen. His effigy was created by sculptor Martin Jennings and was personally approved by Charles.
All those weeks, those months of work, the great collaboration that you have with the designers at the Royal Mint, all of that goes into producing just one piece of metal. If you think of it in those terms, even though there are millions of them, they reproduce again and again exactly that one piece.
King Charles has spent a lot of time on engagements with young people. Many believe the monarchy survives by staying relevant to the next generation. As well as meeting young business leaders in Bradford, he talked to trainee silversmiths in London. Two egg incidents that scrambled close protection officers to the King's side has raised some concerns about security. But the King appears to tackle challenges head-on, deciding on an unplanned walkabout, showing he is not afraid to meet and greet strangers. King Charles III has benefited from a huge increase in popularity since the start of his reign. Insiders hope it only strengthens ahead of his coronation next year. Cameron Walker, GB News.
Now, much more to come in just a moment, including why you may not have to worry for much longer about losing your car keys.
Brilliant.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Dubes & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Mark Stein. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
Here on GB News Live, we'll be keeping you in the picture, finding out what's happening across the country and finding out why it matters to you. We'll have the facts fast with our team of reporters and specialist correspondents. Wherever it's happening, we'll be there from 12 noon on TV, radio and online. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
Why not take us home with you by visiting the GB News shop at gbnews.store. You'll find all the official merchandise, a really good present actually for yourself, your friends or your family.
We ship across the UK mainland at no extra cost. GB News, the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Monday to Thursday on GB News, it's Bev Turner Today from 10 a.m. We're going to be here for you, our GB News family, to keep you up to date, but also make you smile.
There's a guy who went from puberty to adultery.
And I can't wait to bring a few of my own opinions.
I have no time for cultural totalitarianism.
We'll engage in passionate, but always polite debate, with your thoughts and opinions at the centre of it all. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. for Gloria Meets. In exclusive interviews, I'll be finding out who our politicians really are and what they really think.
It's something that you would never want anyone to suffer.
I didn't know what channels there were. I didn't think I'd be believed.
I must have weighed about 7 stone and I'm 5'8".
My instinct was to sort of cover this up. I mean, clearly that was a mistake.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
I've unsubscribed, by the way.
Unsubscribed.
But
Well, after
there was
very
a nasty
nearly
moment because it's a very aggressive sort of subscription website.
It's like going through and when you book your flights and it says, do you want to hire a car? Do you want to get insurance? Do you want to take skis? Or whatever. It's all that on there.
If you just click, you find that what they'd already done is they defaulted to actually me paying more. So when I clicked submit, I actually found that I'd submitted to something much more expensive.
240 quid.
Stephen managed to pull me back from that, thank goodness.
Honestly, it's not easy to unsubscribe from
No,
that.
it really isn't. And although all websites now are meant to make it easy for you to unsubscribe, but it can be very difficult with some. They're very, very sneaky. So watch it if you ever subscribe to what you think is going to be a free trial.
Yes.
Turns out to be rather expensive.
Yes, be very careful. Now, what you don't need to be careful about moving into the future is your car keys. How many times do you wander about saying, where are my keys? Where are my keys? Well, you're not going to have to do it for much longer.
No, because the Korean manufacturer Genesis has announced that their 2023 model will include biometric features, meaning that you won't need a key to actually open the doors or drive one. It'll recognise your face.
Oh, fantastic. Let's talk to Editor-in-Chief of Auto Express, Steve Fowler, who joins us now. Steve, really good to see you. Look, we're techno geeks here, so we love a bit of this. How's it going to work?
Well, quite simply, you're going to walk up to the car. A little camera on the side of the car will recognise your face, and the car will open for you and will start as well. You might have to show your face again inside the car. But ultimately, this sounds like something that, as well as saving you from hunting high and low for your car keys, might well foil the thieves. And we all know as times get tough, car crime and crime in general goes up. So this could be a really good security boon as well.
Have you seen what it would look like? It would be a little camera, like where the wing mirror is or something like that you'd have to walk up and just sort of smile at.
I haven't seen it personally. I understand it's something that's going to be very close to the door that you just sort of lean into and look at, and it'll recognise you. And the door should flip open. There you go. You can see it yourself. A little camera by the door, and all of a sudden the car will welcome you in, having recognised your face.
I mean, it's lovely. Mind you, keyless go and all that sort of thing, which was all the rage a few years ago, was meant to be more secure. Then people are worried about cloning the signals and all NFC technology and all that sort of thing. So could there be security concerns with this? I mean, I suppose the thief only needs to force you to unlock your car with your face and away they go.
Yeah. I mean, there are always security concerns, as there are. I mean, most of us these days have got phones that have got some sort of facial recognition on them these days. I can tell you it's not foolproof. As the father to two wonderful twin sons, they can open each other's iPhones through facial recognition, which I'm not sure should be allowed. But of course, that moved on from fingerprint recognition as well. And there are cars that have fingerprint recognition as well. So hopefully the technology and, of course, all this software can be updated over the air. It'll be so good that it won't be able to, it'll be completely foolproof. And my twin boys won't be able to get into their own cars at some stage in the future, or each other's cars, I should say.
I tell you what's interesting with all of this. I mean, I know it's the nature of things, but it's why I love cars so much at the moment, is that they are just becoming little computers, aren't they, or big computers? It's not all oil and grease anymore. It's all technology and chips.
Yep, you're absolutely right. In fact, car companies, which I find a little bit bizarre sometimes, are trying to tell everybody they're now technology companies, or either technology companies or mobility companies. They're not car companies, but ultimately, so what do you make? You make cars, right? That makes you a car company, doesn't it? But they are thinking more and more about technology. The cars are being built around the software. The leaders of this, of course, as with many things, is Tesla out the US. Very much think of themselves as a software-first manufacturer and far more advanced than most other car companies in terms of software. And the other car companies are playing catch-up. With Audi recently, they're very much focused on putting software first and software at the heart of the cars. And as we get to electric cars as well, which are much simpler in terms of the oily, greasy bits, there aren't so many of those. It's basically just a battery, some motors, and what we call a top hat on top of the car, which makes things much easier to build as well. So car companies very much thinking of themselves as technology companies, but they've got to remember that not everybody can use the technology. Not everybody wants the technology. And a lot of the technology that I've seen over the years, particularly around security and supposed convenience, just falls by the wayside. You know, the keypads that we've seen either outside the car or inside the car, you have to put a PIN number in to start the car. People didn't like that. It just wasn't convenient. And if somebody's looking over your shoulder, then they can spot your PIN number, can't they? The car that would fill itself with smelly smoke if you broke into the car, you know, that wasn't deemed to be the best idea either. That's fallen by the wayside. So technology is coming as long as it's the right technology and it's convenient and easy to use.
Fascinating stuff.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Love it. Steve, really good to see you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah. The only trouble is it makes little problems, which seem like little problems with your car, a very big deal more expensive, because I have to take my car to a garage that's got the computer that can plug into the computer and everything. And I've got a computer problem in the car. It keeps flashing every so often. It flashes up and says, please check your headlights, please check your headlights. So obviously I took it into the garage and they said, there's nothing wrong with your headlights. It's the computer that's giving you bum information. And I said, well, how do you solve that? And they said, we don't know, you'll have to take it to another dealer with a bigger computer. So things become things that were fixable just with a wrench and a screwdriver, suddenly now they've become a computer problem.
Yeah, your backstreet garage isn't going to be much use.
No.
But once they plug it in, they just plug it in and redo the software, and then that's it, isn't it?
Oh, I do
Half
hope
an hour
so.
later.
It hasn't happened yet, but yeah.
Okay, so I've got to get you sorted out with
One week it's the
these
tumble
guys.
dryer, the next it's the car.
Never ends, does it? Don't go anywhere. We've got lots more still to come for you this morning, including a look at the newspapers.
We are GB News, and we'd like to say thank you to each and every one of you for bringing us your conversations, for helping our great nation find its voice. We are here for you on radio, television, and online, across England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland.
It's not the BBC, you know, you actually get your facts right.
We are proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates.
Do you not believe in prison? I don't believe in prison.
I'm completely stunned. I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
And the national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us. We are GB News, right across the nation. You can get us on television, on radio, on digital. We're absolutely everywhere.
Amazing! You see, amazing!
You remind me of me in the European Parliament. But here's the most important bit. We are not part of the mainstream establishment. We think and speak just like you do. We are the People's Channel.
Magnificent. That's really, really thoughtful.
Come and join us on GB News, the People's News Channel.
Join me, Nana Akue, Saturday and Sunday afternoons on GB News. Expect fiery debate and passionate discussion as me and my panel tackle some of the biggest topics hitting the headlines. It's a place for everyone's opinion. No one gets cancelled, but no one gets an easy ride.
Oh, she's on it today!
Be ready for conversations that are fierce, frank, and of course, fun. Every Saturday and Sunday afternoon from 4 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512,
Virgin Media Channel 604,
Freesat Channel 216,
Freeview Channel 236,
And YouView, Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio.
with the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Oh, it's brilliant.
Oh. So we were just watching a little video that Mary-Anne was
We
telling
will
about.
show you, because you need to see this.
It's a
Yes.
chimpanzee mother being reunited with her baby.
Yeah, it
after a
happened at a
C-section.
zoo about 4 weeks ago. And the video is wonderful. We will find a way of being able to show it to you, because it's one of those things you've just got to share.
I tell you what, people who mistreat monkeys and chimpanzees, I mean, it's just like, what are you thinking? Because they are basically human, aren't they? They are basically human.
Well, we're basically animals.
Well, yeah, I know, but honestly. And here's a quick one for you on the heating. Shelley, I think this is worth addressing. Shelley says, I cannot understand why you've not got your heating on. This will be to me. The prices have been capped. Well, no, there's going to be careful, Shelley, with that.
The rate has been capped.
Yeah, the unit rate has been capped. So you can still you can still pay more than £2,500.
Oh, yes.
It just depends on your usage. So it's not that you won't ever pay more than £2,500, because you will.
Yeah.
So just be careful with that, Shelley.
And it can be very frightening.
Yeah, it can be. So that's why my heating isn't on.
Should we have a look at today's front pages? The Times first, and that's got an interview with the General Secretary of the Royal College of Nursing, who's told the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, to get a grip.
The Mail says hospitals have been told to empty beds before next week's ambulance strikes.
And the Telegraph reports that the Duke and Duchess of Sussex will be invited to the coronation of King Charles, despite everything that's happened recently.
The Guardian claims traces of a suspected Class A drug were found at a government house after parties attended by political allies of Liz Truss.
And The Sun reports that former pop star Gary Glitter, who was jailed in 2015 for sexually abusing young girls, well, he's going to be released from prison within weeks after serving half his sentence.
Well, let's go through some of those papers then with political strategist John McTernan and anthropologist Mary-Anne Hotter. Good morning to you both. John, let's start with you and The Sun, should we? People are being told don't retire early.
Yeah, it's a funny story because it goes to a problem, which is that a lot of people have retired early. Over the pandemic, the lockdown, people just decided they didn't want to work anymore. And I'm in my 60s, I can understand that, but I'm still working. And this is a kind of, is there a carrot or a stick here? It's hard to tell. The economy needs you, is a nice message. If you stay working, you'll earn more money. That's true. But there's also a thing, and there's a midlife MOT, so you can see what your pension's going to be when you. But it's also got a bit of like lecturing, and I'm not sure that people who are thinking of retiring want to be lectured. They want to be listened to. They want to be cared, and they want to know that their experience will be taken advantage of by the company or by the organisation.
I mean, it depends what sort of business you're in, of course, what type of job you've got. But actually, there's, the longer people stay in jobs, the fewer jobs there are for the next generation coming through.
Although that is a fallacy.
Is it?
The lump of labour fallacy. There's not a limited number of jobs in the UK that you have to divide by workers. The more people working, the more people are earning. The more people earning are buying things which, that creates a demand for, whether it's an iPhone or whether it's services, whether it's furniture in your house. There's not a fixed number of jobs. Otherwise, as our population goes to 67 million, we wouldn't be where we are. We've got a record number of workers in the workforce, over 30 million. It was 24 million when I was working in government for Tony. So we can grow. The question is, what do people need to have to be in work? What kind of thing do they need? Are they regarded as being mature or too old to learn? And it's
I think,
too old to learn.
Yes, I think it's actually the thing that makes a big difference for whether older workers want to stay in the workplace or not.
You're being so ageist, Mary-Anne. I would never have thought it of you.
Well, is societal ageism.
Yes.
It's that idea that older people aren't valuable. That they're a bit past it, or they're kind of too old to learn, old dogs, not new tricks, all that stuff. Oh, so-and-so in accounts won't be able to get a handle on that new system. It's outrageous. And I think the more we celebrate older people absolutely smashing it and being the bright old things of an organisation, the bright old things rather than just the bright young things.
Yes, there's still this sort
the
of
more empowered
patronising-
everyone is.
There's still a patronising belief, generally, isn't there, that older people don't understand sort of the computers and they're not very good on iPhones.
that they wouldn't be champions for diversity and inclusion, or that kind of like really throwaway, like, OK, boomer.
Yeah, OK.
There are people
but we are, but it's different now. And on the computer side is interesting, actually, because technology is evolving so quickly now that actually, I mean, I'm in my 40s, and even yet, if I don't make a concerted effort to keep across some of the things that are going on, I'd be losing a grip on it all. And I'm sure I'm not actually across it all anymore. So never mind people in their 60s and 70s.
That's updating, isn't it?
It is.
Do that if you're young in the computer industry.
It's good. I work in a team of 70 in the company I'm in, and the people are from their 20s right to people like me in the 60s. And the great thing is, if I don't understand, there's somebody who can explain it to me. And learning is not about learning for yourself always. It's about like asking somebody, learning with them, and then you've got a new skill. So
I still don't know why you'd want to keep working. Really?
Because it's actually really stimulating. Same reason coming on the show. It's actually input, stimulus, meeting new people, new experiences.
It's not the same sort of work as some people who are going to look into working.
No, I'm not. I don't work in a factory. That's true.
Yeah.
I don't I'm not on a production line. But most jobs nowadays are human jobs. They're human contact jobs.
I used to work in a factory. I tell you what, the ladies there were desperate to get out.
Yes, I can imagine.
It was
I
grim.
think the other thing is, though, if people are working for wages, effectively, then they're not volunteering. They're not supporting all those third sector local charities, doing reading schemes with the local school, helping out at the coffee morning for people who are lonely in the community. And grandparents are less available for childcare. And so it turns the screw on working age parents who might otherwise have been able to kind of share that childcaring responsibility with other members of the family. They're going, everyone's at work. I'm going to have to find a nursery place for my kid. And nursery places are unaffordable for lots of people.
And that's not necessarily how you want to live either.
No, exactly.
It's the ability to choose how you want to live.
It is.
Yeah,
the choice is the most important thing.
Yeah.
We're not going to get much of a choice when it comes to our health, according to the eye, and everyone who works here, because there's a rampant cold virus going about. Everyone's getting it. Actually.
Yeah, triple whammy of rising cold viruses, flu and COVID. So at the moment, they reckon about just over 200,000 people have COVID in the UK. Most people aren't testing, so you've got something. You don't feel well, you've got, all the symptoms, but you don't know whether it's COVID or another virus. And at a certain point, it doesn't really matter. You don't sneeze on people. If you're not well, don't go to the office. Don't get on the busy train. Stay at home, look after yourself, get well, and then get on with your life. Easier said than done for some people. I know that's true. But yeah, so
there seems to be a lot of it about though.
There is.
Well, it's
this super cold.
Cough and
There's super
super cold, and also we've had 2 years of reduced immunity because we haven't been mixing. So I've got primary school age children, and oh my goodness,
they're carriers.
the burden of germs that comes through our house every day or every week. They're really getting knocked by it, and that knocks on to increased hospital admissions, calls to 111, which have been up 60% in 1 week, which is extraordinary. People seeking advice.
Yeah.
So one of the pieces of advice is not only kind of do all the self-care stuff, have paracetamol at home, warm drinks, heat your home to a point where it's not going to be making you more ill. But also, if you need support, go to your local pharmacist, go to the chemist, because they're really well trained. They're totally there to help us. But everybody sort of forgets, I think. And you go, I can't get a GP appointment. You don't necessarily need to see a GP, but going to see a pharmacist and then being able to advise,
NHS, isn't it? Yeah.
they can help.
No, very true. Hang on in there. It's rotten. I was rotten last week.
Hang on in there. Lots of fluids.
Yes, there's a really good piece by Michael Mosley, the doctor, in today's Mail, talking about tips on how to try and stay healthy as much as you can. And he says, if you're cold at home and if your nose is cold, don't let your nose get cold. Because apparently the various microbes and things inside your nose that actually protect you against germs, they need to stay warm.
Oh, do they?
They don't operate very well in the cold. So he said, even if at home, if you feel a bit cold or the tip of your nose is cold, wear a scarf and literally just put it over your nose a bit so you're breathing in warm air.
Oh.
And he said that's a very handy tip, and apparently it's very good for keeping your nose healthy. Important.
What's he going to do?
You need a nose sock.
A little nose.
A nose sock. Yeah, be a very good idea.
A balaclava.
Could be the perfect
balaclava.
Christmas
Wear a
present.
balaclava at home.
Yeah. Or just one of those COVID masks.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're going to make yourself very unpopular here, John.
But you certainly notice that at the minute. If you don't turn the heating on, one of the first things I noticed is the tip of your nose gets really cold.
Yeah. If you are able, be moved, because then you're generating heat from the inside rather than just being static and wrapping up on the outside, because you can't. It keeps heat in, but it doesn't generate heat. So do some.
Yes, it's good for you for generating heat.
Yeah, have a dance.
Yes.
Oh, come off.
Round the kitchen.
No, in the kitchen. Put the kettle on.
Duvet and a cup of soup.
A dance and a duvet.
That's how
Dance and a duvet and a cup of soup. Why not? Yeah.
Oh,
not a contradiction.
While you're boiling your kettle for your cup of soup,
that's right.
Have a little boogie, and then you'll be toasty warm, Stephen.
There you go. Right.
Dancing.
These feet weren't made for dancing. We're out of time, thank heavens.
No, because I was looking forward to talking about Brussels sprouts. But
we'll do that next hour.
Okay,
Do
we'll
that
start
next
with that
hour. Catch up with you two a little bit later on. Now, Christmas, as you know, a week away tomorrow. So many wondering, sadly, it's a week tomorrow, how really they're going to afford to eat over Yuletide.
Yeah, well, as the nation continues to grapple with the rising cost of living, more people than ever are relying on food banks to get them through the winter months, including full-time staff and even nurses.
Well, let's talk to our North West of England reporter, Sophie Reaper, who's in Ashton under Makerfield in Wigan at a local food bank there. Morning, Sophie.
A very good morning to you both. Yes, this is just one of over 2,500 food banks that now exist in the UK. That number has skyrocketed over the last year or so, and it is still rising. The latest figures we've seen from the Office of National Statistics is that 1 in 6 UK adults are either moderately or severely concerned that by the time food runs out in their household, they're going to be unable to buy any more. And moreover, 6%, that's 6% of UK adults say they've already run out of food and they can't afford to buy any more. Now, this situation would be concerning at any time of year, but as you say, Christmas is a week tomorrow, and that just makes it feel so much worse how reliant so many people are on food banks like this one. And to tell me a little bit more, I'm joined now by one of the volunteers, Ben Thomas. Good morning to you, Ben.
Good morning.
Tell me a bit about what happens at this food bank.
So we receive mainly donations from members of the public in the local community. We get a lot of donations from the schools, from local cafes, from different institutions, but also a lot of individuals come week in, week out and supply a lot of the main supply for the food bank here.
I think, is it 37 families that you have that you serve here on a regular basis? Do you think that you get enough to deal with those families?
It's difficult, really. A lot of the donations that come in kind of go straight out, but we've always got a good turnover of the donations. It's difficult at this time of year, obviously, with a lot of people struggling themselves. So we are seeing kind of a little bit of a decrease in donations, but it is difficult at this time of year.
You mentioned the time of year, of course. We were just saying so many people are struggling. Have you noticed an increase, not only an increase in the number of people, but perhaps a change in the variety on the spectrum of people that you get coming to the food bank?
Definitely, yeah. So there's an increase in the number of people, and we're kind of developing some Christmas hampers for those people. But yeah, there's a massive variety. So obviously, we get a lot of older people coming to the food bank, but we're getting a lot of different professions now as well. So we've seen nurses, teachers, and I myself I'm an accountant in Manchester, and you know, people in the trainee position are struggling themselves. So it's difficult.
It's not just food that you provide over this time of year, though, is it? I know that there's Christmas presents that you give to children, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct, yeah. So we're reliant on donations for those as well. So basically we get the presents, and we've been wrapping them, we've been parcelling them up, so the families will get a kind of a parcel in a bag full of presents as well.
Thank you so much for your time this morning, Ben. The work that they do here is is so important, but it's also mirrored around the UK. You know, over the last few months, I've been to food banks and met people who can't afford to buy food. I've been to warm banks and I've met people who can't afford to turn their heating on. And this situation is really horrendous, but it just feels that little bit worse when it's such a special time of the year and people are really struggling.
Sophie, thanks very much indeed. Talking about not having enough money, John's been in touch, says, looking at my smart meter, I expect to be about £600 in debt by mid-March. It's very difficult to know what's happening with it. I've technically got a smart meter, you know. It can't be working because I'm having to submit things. But, you know, they keep saying I'm not paying enough on my direct debit. It's like, how do you... I'm going to have to start putting...
I don't understand, yes.
Not paying enough on the direct debit, but they have got £2,000 of my money.
What?
So I'm £2,000 in credit on the account.
Good crumbs.
And they say I'm still not paying enough money.
Well, that can't be right, can it? Something's going wrong. That's the trouble with the technology and all of these new apps and various bits and bobs. You have to sit down and really study them. Not just that's why, but I've still got my thing that you were going to help me with, my Hive company.
Oh, yes, thing,
called.
yes.
Yeah.
Smart heating.
Smart heating thing, yes. Yeah, I'm just sort of... You get to the point where it's just too much. You can't sit down and study it enough to actually make it work.
See, the advantage of those
That's what teenage sons are for.
Yeah, but the advantage of that sort of system, because that's what I've got at home, is that, let's say the heating isn't on, it isn't on, but what I do is just put it on for a boost.
Yeah.
For a couple of hours, take the edge off. Anyway, we'll be out of time.
It's taking the edge off and keeping your nose warm. This is what's important.
Oh, go on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mel says we're keeping Christmas really simple this year post-COVID. Festive but low-key. I think that's the same thing. We get so battered by the commercial materialistic side of Christmas advertising too early. It becomes a pressure to spend. So switch off, relax and enjoy some seasonal peace and health. I think you're right. I think we've got to remind ourselves what Christmas is all about, really.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. My mum was panicking about what's happening with Christmas and everyone going on. I said, as long as the family's together, that's all that matters, isn't it? That's the only thing that matters. Forget the rest of it. Have a nice roast and spend time together.
Yeah, keep in touch with us, won't you? gbviews@gbnews.uk. More to come.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512.
Virgin Media Channel 604.
Freesat Channel 216.
Freeview Channel 236.
And YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio.
With the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel. I'm Michael Portillo. Join me on GB News on a Sunday morning for topical discussion, debate, arts and culture, and sometimes even ethical dilemmas.
I don't always agree with you, Michael.
Michael Portillo, Sundays on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB Plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and tune-in apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Dubes & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Mark Stein. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
Join me, Lawrence Fox, on GB News. Frank, fun, fearless and sometimes serious. Much as I love a Friday night punch-up, what I really want is a battle of ideas. I want to look at things differently. I want to hear different voices and engage with your unique experiences. Every Friday at 7 p.m. on GB News.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes & Co. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Jubes & Co.
I'm Mark Dolan. Join me at 11 on GB News for Headliners, in which I'll be joined by two of the UK's top comedians discussing tomorrow's papers. If it's an important story, we'll cover it, but we'll have some fun along the way. Headliners, the late night paper review that won't send you to sleep like the others will. 7 nights a week at 11 p.m. on GB News.
Monday to Thursday on GB News, it's Bev Turner Today from 10 a.m. We're going to be here for you, our GB News family, to keep you up to date, but also make you smile.
The guy went from puberty to adultery.
And I can't wait to bring a few of my own opinions.
I have no time for cultural totalitarianism.
We'll engage in passionate, but always polite debate, with your thoughts and opinions at the centre of it all. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Mark White. As GB News Home and Security Editor, I cover those key issues that are so important to you. Our authorities, our communities doing all they can to combat violent crime. With the public services under unbearable strain, why are we still failing to control our borders? Defence, the first priority of any government, has been continually hollowed out. Can we trust our politicians to protect the armed forces? Join me, Mark White, on GB News.
Commuters stranded across the country after more rail strikes, and there's a warning for cancer patients as nurse and ambulance staff prepare to take action next week.
Good morning. It's 8 o'clock on Saturday, the 17th of December. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
Well, you can expect more travel delays today. Rail workers are walking out until midnight tonight. Meanwhile, hospitals have been warned to free up beds to prepare for extensive disruption caused by the upcoming ambulance strike next week.
And it's been almost a week since 4 young boys lost their lives in Solihull after falling through a frozen lake. We're live from Babs Mill as the community pay tribute to them in a special visual.
Harry and Meghan will be allowed to attend the coronation. That's despite causing controversy with their documentary. Official invitations haven't been sent out, but reports claim the King is offering an olive branch to the couple.
And the Met Office has warned that half the UK will be covered in ice over the next 24 hours, with blizzards and 6 inches of snow on the way tomorrow in some areas. People living in northern England and Wales have been told to be ready for possible power cuts and travel disruption.
Loads of you getting in touch this morning. We're going to run through those in just a couple of minutes. If you want to join in the conversation, whether it's about keyless cars or older people learning technology, then get on that computer and send us an email, gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Tomorrow will be a week from Christmas, and yet it's the second day today of the national rail strikes. So it's not looking terribly Christmassy, is it? Members of the RMT union continue their walkout over pay today.
Well, elsewhere, hospitals have been told to free up as much space as possible. Now, that's to limit disruption set to be caused by striking ambulance staff next week. The General Secretary of the Royal College of Nursing has called out the Health Secretary and his macho negotiating style. She's also told the Prime Minister to step in and get a grip.
So joining us now for more on this is the former Conservative advisor and councillor Claire Pearsall. Morning, Claire. Hello. I think we can say Happy Christmas now. We can say Happy Christmas now, although it's looking a bit bleak. Is Rishi Sunak right to stay firm, or should he, as has been said, get a grip and solve this before Christmas? Can he?
I think he does need to get a grip and try and solve this, but unfortunately, I don't see that happening. As we've seen all too regularly, whenever there are negotiations, especially with the rail unions, it never comes out in a good way. Whatever is offered by the government is sneered at as derisory and isn't going to hit the mark. So you do wonder, what is the number that Mick Lynch has in mind? What would he accept and what the country can afford? But it's quite clear that something needs to happen because the country is pretty much now ground to a halt. Add into that the bad weather and the spiralling energy costs. I just worry for those older people in my community especially. They cannot get out, they cannot heat their homes, and people are going to die. And that is the real stark fact of all of this. The Prime Minister does need to be more visible, and I'm surprised we haven't seen him sooner.
I mean, a lot of people may agree with you when it comes to the RMT on that, but perhaps they may disagree with you when it comes to the Royal College of Nursing, because the argument there is that Steve Barclay, the Health Secretary, just isn't engaging, refusing to engage with the RCN pretty much, which seems like a very odd position.
It does, and I don't know why you would back away from talking to people over this. You need to be out there, you need to negotiate. And I do have a lot of sympathy with NHS staff, and I'm really quite lucky in my area that they aren't on strike at the moment. But the health service really is at massive breaking point, and you can see that with GP surgeries not at seeing people, hospitals with ambulances queued up outside if you can get one. So why he isn't round the table trying to sort this out, trying to see if there is a point that everybody can come to together and see if they can make this better, I don't know. And this is what really annoys me, I think, is that politicians back away thinking they look stronger by doing it, when in actual fact it's just damaging the reputation between government and the organisation in charge. And we need to get this sorted. So I think it's time for political posturing to stop. We need to come to an agreement. We need to work out what can be paid for people for a proper living wage without strike action.
Nevertheless, the government is also clearly up against unions who are determined, it looks, determined to bring the government down. So I suppose they feel they have to be very, very tough on this, or they'll lose everything, and they'll certainly lose control of the finances. And Rishi Sunak, Jeremy Hunter both said that's the number one thing to them. Is that right?
Well, as I say, I can understand that you want to look firm, you want to look robust in these discussions, but by just cowering away from it doesn't work. And you need to be able to get round the table. The political posturing really has to stop on all sides, to be honest. And it does feel a little bit like an action to bring down the government by all unions. Now, I hope that isn't the case, because unions should not get involved in the government of the day. But hiding away doesn't solve these matters. There is a finite amount of money, and unions are going to have to accept that all of their demands are not going to be met. But hopefully there is some point in the middle that everybody can agree on.
All of this, I mean, we've talked about this for months, actually, since Rishi got the job. The idea of transparency, of a bit of clarity about understanding direction of travel and where we actually are as a country. We still aren't getting those messages, are we? I mean, it might just help us all to know, where we're going and if and when there could be some light at the end of the tunnel.
That would be ideal, and it's. I had a discussion with a union member only last week on a local programme, and he was unable to tell me exactly what the demands were. It was just, we need to be paid better. But when you try and drill down the detail, that isn't there. So I think both sides need to come out. Why don't we see what these negotiations are? Why don't we see what the government is offering, what the unions are demanding, and then the public can make up their minds as to who is the most unreasonable? I think by hiding behind it isn't a good pay increase just doesn't cut it at the moment, when a lot of people are suffering, their wages haven't gone up, inflation is high, bills are incredibly high, it is Christmas. People want to know what these demands are, because they're getting quite fed up of their lives being disrupted in this way, and they have no control over it.
You said at the very beginning you think that maybe he should get a grip, but he's not going to, or at least not before Christmas. It's all going to still happen now, isn't it? We're still going to have to put up with a week of strikes and inability to get where we want to go, and maybe nothing being done about the nurses. It's going to happen now before Christmas, isn't it?
I think we are going to see all of these strikes happening. Nothing is going to be called off. And that is a real shame. When you look at the hospitality and retail sector and the hit that they have taken, I think it was the Centre for Retail Research said £1.5 billion has been lost from that industry alone. And that is appalling. We can't let this continue. But unfortunately, I think you're right, Anne, it is going to continue. Nobody's going to get around the table. I think everybody's egos need to take a little calm down and just do this for the good of the country. I get quite fed up of coming on and having to try and talk these things through. Maybe they should get 3 of us in a room with the unions and see if we can sort it out any better.
Well, I tell you what I'd do, and I'd lock the doors until they came to some sort of conclusion, because it's silly. I can imagine people getting heated and then walking out, and that really, they owe it to us to stay and sort it, don't they? Both sides.
They certainly do. Remember, this is taxpayers' money that we are talking about. People walking away as if they're a child in an argument not getting their own way just doesn't cut it on all sides. I'm not blaming the union solely for this. The government has a massive opportunity to make this better, and they seem to not be wanting to take it. It's the week before Christmas. We need to have a country that is functioning.
Yeah. Claire? Good to see you. Thank you. The whole lock the doors thing. They used to do that, didn't they?
They did. I thought they did.
It was always what it's what you used to hear. Anyway, lock the
Margaret
doors.
Thatcher saying, "Lock the doors. Nobody's going out until it's done."
Yeah.
Gary says, "I'm fed up with the government being blamed for the problems in the NHS. The NHS is the 9th biggest employer in the world, and they're due to receive £180 billion next year. It's poorly managed and needs a complete overhaul." And then Julie, can I just tell you what Julie says?
Okay.
She says, "I'm up and just getting ready for my shift to work in the NHS. I am ashamed, which I'm sorry about. I've always been proud of our NHS. It hit me on Thursday night how it affects us all when my aunt, who is 87, fell outside on her way home from a carol concert. She fell and broke her hip. We couldn't move her, and she had to wait 3 hours in -5 temperatures for an ambulance. Even the police who came couldn't get the ambulance to come sooner."
I mean, that's appalling. That is appalling. You know, but as you said,
we should never have let it get this bad, should we?
No, but as you say, the problem with it is, and I think whoever the first person was, or the Gary, I think an overhaul. Personally, I think, and I use the NHS a lot. I think an overhaul is really needed. Politically, they just don't want to do it because politically, it's a vote loser. That's our fault as voters.
Somewhere along the line, though, we've got to do something like forming a cross-party committee department of people who take decisions about the NHS. A cross-party one that isn't affected by the ins and outs of government.
It would stop it being a political football, which it is
and
at the moment.
it would stop them being too scared to make changes.
Yes, it would.
At the moment, politicians are too scared to tinker with the NHS because that's the first thing they'll be accused of. And as you say, it's a vote loser.
But then, would you want one of the world's biggest employers and something costing best part of £200 billion to not be part of the political conversation? Is there a danger in that?
A cross-party political conversation, is that possible? When we were
yes,
the Second World War was run by a war.
But that would mean then that we couldn't. That if it's out of our power then to vote on who we think would actually manage the NHS better.
There has to be a way, doesn't there? I mean, when we were in World War II, we were run by a war cabinet, weren't we? Which was cross-party.
Yes, but that was for a limited period of time.
Yes.
Which we knew.
Well, we didn't know.
Well, no, but it...
Didn't know how long it would go on for. Did I just kick you? I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. It's the table.
Yeah.
Just a quick one about technology and older people. Penny in Oxfordshire says, "My husband and I are 80 and 75 respectively and run a small, successful accountancy practice because we haven't got sufficient pensions if we retired. Our whole business is based around technology, so we are up to date with it. Most of our friends are themselves good with technology at an older age."
I think once somebody's shown you how to work it...
Yeah.
I don't see it. I don't think age and lack of technological understanding goes together. Lots of older people are really cool on their computers.
Yeah. Well, you're all emailing in.
Well, that's true, yeah.
So there you go, Penny. Good luck to you and your husband, working away at that. Friend of mine is 80 and still working.
I know. I mean, it's like I was saying earlier, it's the choice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Some 80-year-olds want to still work, and it depends on the sort of work you do. If you write, if you present TV programmes, you might want to go on doing it until you're 80 plus. But it's a bit different if you work in a very physical job.
Well, Martin says, what about people who work outdoors in manual jobs? Get yourself out in minus temperatures and try doing some heavy physical labour when you've got arthritis.
Yeah.
It's OK for office workers to work till they're 60 plus, but a lot harder for manual workers who work outdoors. Very fair point.
It's the ability to choose, isn't it? How do you ensure that? I don't know.
It's 8:13. Let's bring you up to date with some of the other stories this morning. And a man and woman have been arrested after 2 boys were found dead in East London. Emergency services were called to Cornwallis Road in Dagenham, where the children were discovered. They were 2 and 5 years old. The Met Police says both suspects were known to the boys.
The committee investigating the January the 6th Capitol riots is reportedly preparing to vote on 3 criminal charges against Donald Trump. If passed, they'll urge the US Justice Department to indict the former president with offences, including insurrection.
The Met Office has issued yellow weather warnings as ice is expected for much of Scotland, the northwest of England and Wales today. Comes as blizzards are set to sweep across the north of the country this weekend. Temperatures could rise tomorrow in some places. However, ice is expected to make very difficult road conditions.
14 minutes past 8. A candlelit vigil is going to be held later today in memory of those 4 little boys who died after falling into Babs Mill Lake in Solihull on December the 11th.
Now, they were aged 6, 8, 10 and 11. They died after falling through ice while playing on the lake.
Our West Midlands reporter, Jack Carson, is in Solihull this morning. And you're in that area, aren't you? I think you're near the lake. How is the community today?
Yeah. So
go on.
No, I was going to say the lake is just in front of me here this morning, and as you can see, if I just step out the way a second, the memorials and the flowers and the balloons. I mean, this before was just a patch of grass, but this is now rightfully a shrine to those 4 little boys, those Bab Mill princes. They're now being called, and like you said, there's going to be a candlelight vigil tonight around 4 p.m. Speaking to a member of the public earlier in the week, the community was saying they want to try and ring all around the lake with candles and kind of create this light all around the lake. Of course, in such solemn times and sad times, light often, is the only way to signify that life still goes on in this community. Is still mourning here today. It's devastating for this community. It was devastating when we learnt of the loss of the 3 boys on Monday, but it almost felt like in this community that they had to mourn all the way again when, of course, we heard the horrible news about young 6-year-old Samuel also passing away, and his brother Finley. As the week went on here, messages of support came for young Samuel, so messages like carry on, keep fighting, but unfortunately we now know, of course, that fight could not be won. The other, the 10-year-old in this case, Jack Johnson, of course, was just kind of by the lake when the brothers and the cousin were obviously got in trouble, and heroically he just went in without a kind of second thought to try and save them. His head teacher, Kieran Flaherty, said in a statement that he was someone who would always check in on others and make sure they were doing okay. He was a joy to teach and a child who we're all so very proud of. He said he was a ray of sunshine who would never fail to make us smile, and we can only say thank you to him for brightening up our lives. And so this community's got to stand side by side again to support those families. The police saying they will support anyone that needs it here. They're providing support for the schools, for children. They're providing support, of course, for the families as well. But the conversation is also not only moving towards the remembrance. There's been a Just Giving page set up, and more than £63,000 has already been raised to go towards the 4 boys' funerals here. But the community has also now started to suggest ways in which to improve the safety of this this lake. Local councillors suggesting possibly a fence, signage, and possibly even cameras in the area as well, because water safety at any time of the year, not just in winter but of course in the summer, is so critical, and so much trouble and tragedy as we've seen this week can come from water. And even, you know, after this tragedy, fire services in Yorkshire and Wales having to warn people after people were spotted playing on lakes in those areas. And so this community, while it's still coming together, is also having to provide new solutions in a way to make sure tragedies like this just don't happen again. But as you can see behind me, there's going to be more tributes and more balloons and more flowers brought here as people continue to mourn the loss of those 4 boys.
OK, Jack, thank you.
Unimaginably sad.
It's
I can't even get my head around how sad.
It's horrific.
The 3 were apparently
all related.
They were wanting to feed the ducks. And you can only imagine they might have just stepped out on the ice.
I tell you what, it's what you have to learn from a tragedy, though, is not to go on the ice. There's a place near me where, over the years, several people have died after falling through the ice. Kids. It's always kids, isn't it? And the message gets round in the community somehow. You do not go on the ice. It's just not secure. It's not safe.
No, it's interesting that basically those 4 little boys died not of drowning, but of cardiac arrest, because the ice was the icy water was just so unbelievably cold that death was almost instant. I mean, it's just,
look at it.
I can't bear it.
No, I mean, what those families are going through.
And it's one close family, isn't it? Because the other child was a cousin, I think.
2 brothers and a cousin, and then just a friend or a passerby.
Just cannot believe it. It'll be lovely to see the candlelight vigil, and as you say, that will send shockwaves and lessons that will never be forgotten, I suppose, through that community.
No.
But oh God, how awful for the families involved. Can't believe it.
Now, it is, believe it or not, 100 days since Queen Elizabeth died, and it has been, you could say, a troublesome 100 days for the King, especially with the fallout from Harry and Meghan's documentary.
Yeah, talk about family problems. Despite the harsh criticism that the couple have already levelled at the royal family, it's reported that the Duke and Duchess of Sussex will now still be invited to the coronation.
Well, our royal reporter Cameron Walker reflects now on the first 100 days of the King's reign.
Buckingham Palace has confirmed that Her Majesty the Queen has died.
God save the King.
King Charles ascended the throne during troubled times for Great Britain. Families are forced to choose between heating and eating. There's disagreements about how to handle migrants landing on our shores. Even the King's own son and his wife are polarising opinions.
He's dealt quite well with the revelations and the accusations contained in the Meghan and Harry 6-parter on Netflix, because he hasn't responded. There's been very little of substance to respond to, but he's kept his cool, and he believes that the ship of state will weather this storm as it's weathered many in the past.
In his first 100 days, His Majesty's made a point of visiting all 4 corners of the United Kingdom. Just days into the role, the King promised religious leaders to protect the space for faith itself. Defender of the faith, perhaps turning into defender of all religions, signalling his personal commitments to Christianity, Islam, Judaism and other faiths. New 50p coins bearing the effigy of King Charles are now being spent in our shops. They went into circulation earlier this month, and other coins will follow soon. Keeping with tradition, the King's portrait faces to the left, in the opposite direction to the late Queen. His effigy was created by sculptor Martin Jennings and was personally approved by Charles.
All those weeks, those months of work, the great collaboration that you have with the designers at the Royal Mint, all of that goes into producing just one piece of metal, if you think of it in those terms, even though there are millions of them. They reproduce again and again exactly that one piece.
King Charles has spent a lot of time on engagements with young people. Many believe the monarchy survives by staying relevant to the next generation. As well as meeting young business leaders in Bradford, he talked to trainee silversmiths in London. 2 egg incidents that scrambled close protection officers to the King's side has raised some concerns about security. But the king appears to tackle challenges head-on, deciding on an unplanned walkabout, showing he is not afraid to meet and greet strangers. King Charles III has benefited from a huge increase in popularity since the start of his reign. Insiders hope it only strengthens ahead of his coronation next year. Cameron Walker, GB News.
Just looking at those new coins, actually. If you want to buy an uncirculated one...
How much?
£11.
For a 50p coin?
For a 50p coin. But you get it in a...
Presentation
box and everything, don't you? I just think it'd be quite nice to have one.
Yes, it really would.
But £11 for 50p piece.
It would. It doesn't sort of make good financial sense.
No, it doesn't, no. But if you're a collector...
Yeah.
There you go. If you've got one, take a picture. Grab a coin out your pocket and have a look. I'd like to see one.
But you and I don't use change very much,
no.
Because we were talking about that yesterday, weren't we? Like we tend to be more card people than change people.
Yeah.
But which means we'll be slow on picking one up.
We will.
If you've got one, take a picture and do send it, won't you? gbviews@gbnews.uk, the usual way.
More to come, including a look ahead to the Strictly final tonight. We'll be finding out more with Stephanie in a couple of minutes.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Dubes & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Mark Stein. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
Here on GB News Live, we'll be keeping you in the picture, finding out what's happening across the country and finding out why it matters to you. We'll have the facts fast with our team of reporters and specialist correspondents. Wherever it's happening, we'll be there from 12 noon on TV, radio and online. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
Why not take us home with you by visiting the GB News shop at gbnews.store. You'll find all the official merchandise, a really good present actually for yourself, your friends or your family.
We ship across the UK mainland at no extra cost. GB News, the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Monday to Thursday on GB News, it's Bev Turner Today from 10 a.m. We're going to be here for you, our GB News family, to keep you up to date, but also make you smile.
The guy went from puberty to adultery.
And I can't wait to bring a few of my own opinions.
I have no time for cultural totalitarianism.
We'll engage in passionate, but always polite debate, with your thoughts and opinions at the centre of it all. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. for Gloria Meets. In exclusive interviews, I'll be finding out who our politicians really are and what they really think.
It's something that you would never want anyone to suffer.
I didn't know what channels there were. I didn't think I'd be believed.
I must have weighed about 7 stone and I'm 5'8".
My instinct was to sort of cover this up. I mean, clearly that was a mistake.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by 2 of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
8:27, good morning to you. It's Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
We're all looking forward, Stephanie's joined us, we're all looking forward, not to the Strictly Come Dancing final, because I'm not that bothered, but a good duvet afternoon. Now, what's a good movie for a duvet afternoon?
A Christmas Carol. That is like my favourite Christmas movie, and I just love it. Just how Scrooge becomes this man who's so miserable, and then he falls in love with Xmas. That's my favourite movie. I'm going to watch.
I don't know whether it's my. What do you fancy for
I
a
don't-
Christmas movie?
I don't know, but maybe Star Wars.
Oh.
Star Wars, Episode 4.
No, I never know which one that is.
That's the first one.
That's the first one that was ever made.
Yeah, from 1977.
Oh, yes, that is the best one.
Because it's still brilliantly done. It hasn't aged, really.
Yeah. What's the one I like with Kate Winslet and thing where they swap houses?
Christmas Holiday.
No,
it's the Holiday.
The Holiday.
The Holiday.
That's maybe what I love.
That is a good one,
Yeah.
actually.
Very good.
Yeah.
Everyone falls in love.
Jude Law at his finest, Cameron Diaz
Yes,
as well.
Cameron Diaz, that's it. Yes,
Yeah.
they're all young and gorgeous, aren't they? And yeah, it's lovely. So if you're going to have a duvet afternoon, let us know what your duvet day is going to pan out like. Will you watch a movie and just snuggle up? But it is the Strictly, isn't it?
Yes,
It's the final.
it is the Strictly final tonight, and it's going to be spectacular. 2 hours of dances. So I'm going to be in my element, have the Diamantes on. But it's going to be, in the final, we've got Hamza Yassin, we've got Helen Skelton, we've got Molly Rainford, and who's our third one that we've got? Fleur East. Fleur East. So it's all four of them. They're going to be competing for the Glitter Ball Trophy.
Who's the fave?
I think the fave is Hamza. The reason why I say
I've
Hamza...
never heard of him, I've got to be honest.
No, a lot of people hadn't heard about Hamza before he joined the show. He's a CBeebies presenter. He does a lot of wildlife documentaries for children. But from being on the show, he's instantly become a favourite. He's never been in the dance-off. He's constantly reached top scores every single week. So I think he's in it to win it, followed by Helen Skelton. She's had a bit of an emotional journey while being on the show, followed from her split from her husband, and she's really used this dancing as a way to heal her, and she's done fantastic.
Yes, I've heard that she can seriously dance.
Yeah, and she's not been in the bottom two either, where with Fleur and Molly, they've constantly received top marks from the judges, but they've been in the bottom two before. And today, it's not all about the judges, it's about the public today and their votes and who they want to be crowned the winner of the show. So there'll be 3 dances today. It will be the judges' pick, so the judges will pick the favourite dances they've enjoyed from the couples during the series. The couples will pick their favourite dance, and then there will be the show dance, which is a new feature that's come in for the final, and they're going to be mixing all the dances they've learnt. So they might do a jive, an Argentine tango, so it'll be quite mix and match.
No, well, if you're into it, I can see that you'll really love it tonight.
Oh, it's always...
Is it in Blackpool?
No. It's going to be in London.
Oh, you're not doing it at the
well, it's interesting,
Tower
isn't it?
Ballroom.
They could have done the final this time next week, which would be Christmas Eve.
Yes.
And I'm surprised they are. Or are they doing a Christmas special?
There will be a Christmas special. So with Strictly, they always end the week before Christmas because there is a Christmas special on Christmas Day, and there needs to be that gap.
Will they have already recorded that one then?
Yeah, pre-recorded. But also because of the World Cup, they've had to change the schedule quite a lot. So it's now coming back for tonight, which is quite good because usually they were doing it on a Sunday and a Monday. So it'll be quite good, and I think it's going to be a really good final. But my bet's on Hamza.
Right.
Whoever wins, it really sort of makes their career, doesn't it?
It does. Well, this is what the BBC's show's producers do on the show. They pick people that they know will be good to market after the show.
Hamza would be brilliant.
Hamza already, I know a lot of people might get a bit mad about this, but they're trying to brand him as the new David Attenborough. Obviously, Sir David Attenborough, you can't fill his shoes, but... You know, Hamza's looking like a new, fresh talent that could potentially, you know, go down that way for documentaries and wildlife and nature shows.
And encapsulating it all for children.
Yeah, definitely. And Molly, again, she's a fantastic singer for CBeebies, so I think she'll do amazing stuff on stage. Theatre, you just know how it's all going to go. And with Helen as well, like, she's had a tough time personally. Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, what's Helen got to... I mean, she does Country File, or she did Country File, or whatever. But has she got the pizzazz to be proper showbiz, do you think?
I think she is already turning into that because, you know, there's that interest already in her personal life and what's happened there. So I think after the show, she's actually going to go from strength to strength. And I can see her presenting more shows, more documentaries. And that's the good thing about Strictly. Even if you've only been on the show for 1 or 2 weeks.
The BBC then takes you under its wing, doesn't it? And turns you into a BBC
Yeah, so that's how they plan it.
Yeah.
And tonight we'll see all the former contestants returning on the show as well. So it's going to be a good family get-together. And music-wise, we've got Florence and the Machine.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's it. It's an old-fashioned BBC huddle around everybody watch it together sort of thing.
Yeah.
There must be very few shows that actually whole families get together to watch, and I imagine Strictly is one of them.
It is. You know, it's had a lot of criticism. You know, this series for going woke when they had, you know, the 2 female pairings, the 2 male pairings, and it's like ticking boxes. But the thing with Strictly, each season the numbers are always up because it's an entertaining show. But you know, there's always a controversy that comes with it with the Strictly. But luckily it hasn't happened this season. Not yet. But I don't think it will. I don't think it will. But
So you'll be all, under the duvet watching that tonight,
definitely.
will you?
I love Strictly. It's my favourite show. It really is my favourite. Yeah, because I just like the fact that you get these celebrities. Some of them are novices and they just turn into really good dancers.
Do you want to do it?
Oh, probably.
Can you
But
dance?
I can dance, but not ballroom dancing. Maybe something I'll do in 2023.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I think you'd
Will
be
you be my
great.
partner, Stephen?
Oh, I'm no professional.
How about you, Anne? Are you good with ballroom dancing?
No. I can't, honestly, it's all the sequins and stuff turns me off.
Oh, I love it. I love the sequins.
The thing is, if you did it, you would be a massive hit.
They'll brand me as a diva. They really would brand me as a diva.
Oh, yeah,
I
and they
think.
dress you, can you imagine? Oh, no, it'd be
Shimmying
really great.
away. But I think dancing's
I can
good
keep
for...
dropping the hint, you know.
I know, they'll call eventually one day, but I think dancing's good for mental health as
It
well.
is, yeah.
You know, some of my favourite moments this year have been when I've been dancing, and I think the nation should just get into dancing as well. I'm sure lots of our viewers are into dancing.
Oh, absolutely. Well, look at the number of Strictly viewers. They're all into dancing, yeah.
I'm just
My mum used to love it, absolutely love it.
I'm too embarrassed to dance.
Yeah.
Why?
I just find it. I feel I'm very self-conscious if I'm dancing.
Did you not do a dance at your wedding?
Yes.
Did you,
So
did
you
have
did
to
do the
practice?
first dance?
Yeah, I did the first, but it was just a sway.
Yeah. Oh.
Just a sway.
Sexy sway.
Sexy sway.
Great.
Well, it'll be on tonight on BBC One from 7:15. 2 hours.
I wouldn't want to be the programme up against it, would you?
No, not at all.
There you go.
That's why it's good they got rid of X Factor.
Oh,
sorry.
Okay.
Stephanie, thank you. We'll catch you. You're coming back later, yes, I am. Oh, good. Thank heavens for that. Now, we've got a lot more to come for you, including a look through the papers in a few minutes.
We are GB News, and we'd like to say thank you to each and every one of you for bringing us your conversations, for helping our great nation find its voice. We are here for you on radio, television, and online, across England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland.
It's not the BBC, you know, you actually get your facts right.
We are proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates. Do you not believe in prison?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned. I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed. So I guess they've always been quite woke. That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
The national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here. You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us. We are GB News, right across the nation. You can get us on television, on radio, on digital. We're absolutely everywhere.
Amazing! You see, amazing!
You remind me of me in the European Parliament. But here's the most important bit. We are not part of the mainstream establishment. We think and speak just like you do. We are the People's Channel.
Magnificent. That's really, really thoughtful.
Come and join us on GB News, the People's News Channel.
Join me, Nana Akue, Saturday and Sunday afternoons on GB News. Expect fiery debate and passionate discussion as me and my panel tackle some of the biggest topics hitting the headlines. It's a place for everyone's opinion. No one gets cancelled, but no one gets an easy ride.
Oh, she's on it today!
Be ready for conversations that are fierce, frank, and of course, fun. Every Saturday and Sunday afternoon from 4 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512,
Virgin Media Channel 604,
Freesat Channel 216,
Freeview Channel 236,
And YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio.
With the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere. Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
8:38, good morning to you. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne at Christmas time.
Yes, it is Christmas time.
Just
isn't it?
getting all
We can't
jolly
get away from
now.
it now. Should we take a look at today's front pages? The Times has an interview with the General Secretary of the Royal College of Nursing, who told the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, to get a grip.
The Mail says hospitals have been told to empty beds before next week's ambulance strikes.
The Telegraph reports that the Duke and Duchess of Sussex will be invited to the coronation of King Charles, despite all of the controversy recently.
The Guardian says traces of a Class A drug were found at a government house after parties attended by political allies of Liz Truss.
And The Sun reports that former pop star Gary Glitter, who was jailed in 2015 for sexually abusing young girls, will be released from prison within weeks after serving half his sentence.
Let's go through some of those with political strategist John McTernan and Mariana Hotter. Good morning. She's that woman off of Time team.
Amongst other things.
Well, yes, but, you know, that's my favourite.
I know.
I love Time team.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really good, yeah.
But can we talk Brussels sprouts?
Oh, yes,
I think we should. Yes, more pertinent to Christmas time. So, this year, sprouts are going to be smaller but sweeter.
Oh.
So, if you like sprouts, go for it. If you think you don't like sprouts, maybe this year is the year to try.
Why will they be smaller?
So they're smaller because they were planted in June or July, which was that super hot time, if you can remember way back when. And so the plants struggled to really sort of get a grip. And so obviously the thing they fruit are the sprouts.
Yeah.
So they end up smaller because they had a bit of a slow start because of the drought. But now, because of the really cold weather, the freezing temperatures help the plant convert what might be those bitter-tasting starches into sweeter-tasting sugars. So it's not super sugary. It's not like going to be eating a lolly, but it's going to be that sweet deliciousness, not that like bitter, horrible.
They will be nice. They'll be harder to roast, though.
Yeah.
Because they'll be smaller.
So so you don't want to burn it. You might want to parboil.
See, I like a roast sprout.
Roast sprout is a good
that's
thing.
the way, isn't it?
A steamed sprout is a good thing. Basically, however you cook them, get them out of the heat, especially in water or steam. Get them out. Don't let them sit in the pan in hot and cold.
Yeah, they get
soggy and disgusting. And
Raw
like
sprouts.
school
I
dinners.
tell you what, raw sprouts are very
lovely.
nice.
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
in
yes.
a salad, yeah.
What do you do? Just cut them up?
Cut them in half.
Cut them in half. They're lovely. They're
Really nice.
Blow my mind.
GBNews coleslaw.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, that'd be nice.
Yes.
A sprout coleslaw.
It would. Now, this is the winter to do it. It's lovely when you can buy sprouts on the
stem.
And they're covered in snow sometimes and everything. Oh, it's lovely.
Where are you buying your sprouts?
From a sort of farm shop or something. They've literally just pulled them out the ground. It's great.
Yeah. And hats off to the people who are harvesting our sprouts because obviously they've been working in bitter conditions.
Yes.
Oh,
Bless them.
brutal.
But you could be a nice Christmas dinner.
Not hats off. I mean, an extra hat on.
Extra hat on, yeah. Yeah.
Meanwhile, The French team, oh dear, because of course it's a big game tomorrow, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
I mean, the French team have been suffering from a virus that's been...
A flu-like virus, it's a terrible story. The French team are going down one by one with this flu-like virus. It says in the Telegraph that it's thought that this virus, they may have caught it during the England match.
Oh, they're trying to blame it on us.
The worst thing for anybody who loves sport is France versus Argentina should be settled by the players, the best players, or the best teams fighting each other out. And so I hate to see a weakened France up against Messi, because Messi's going to be hard to handle.
Well, no, it's difficult for England fans, because who would you want to win it? I would say we'd want France to win, wouldn't we, rather than Argentina?
Well,
so that you're beaten by the ultimate winners. We were beaten by the ultimate winners.
No. I'm thinking because of.
Mbappe?
That thing.
No, I'm thinking Falklands.
Falklands.
Ancient history.
Forgotten about that.
Come on.
That was when it was a fascist dictatorship. I mean, that's a long time
yes,
ago.
Yes, it is different.
And also Messi...
Still want to get their hands on the Falklands, though, don't they?
I'd love the greatest footballer, maybe of all time. He deserves to win the World Cup, I think.
Who is?
Messi.
Mbappe.
Lionel Messi.
Right.
No. Mbappe is considered the greatest footballer, isn't he?
He's too young. Messi is like... Messi.
Yeah, but the point is you've got the two up against each other.
That is true. And then you've got Griezmann, the defender. It should be a clash.
But
not a virus against virus.
Is there a worry that the French won't be able to play their best players then?
Yes, some of the defenders and midfielders are going off. It's really important. So
they're not as deep on the bench as we were.
Yeah.
They're not as deep.
So imagine it, yeah.
What does that mean?
Well, I don't know, but he's using the phrase to sound really
it means, as John will tell you, they haven't yet. The substitutes aren't as strong.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
If you're deep on the bench, then you've got really good names even on the bench.
Yes.
Thanks, Anne.
But it'd just be a shame if it wasn't just a great football match, because these two are probably the best footballing teams that have come through.
I wonder what will happen. But at the moment, Argentina's healthy.
Yes. At the moment, England haven't played Argentina, so couldn't give them the virus.
It can't be our fault. It cannot be our fault.
It's not our fault. No, it's not our fault. So the Telegraph, Mary-Anne, water quality in the UK.
Yeah, so I think even if you are not naturally inclined towards being an environmental activist, you can't help but have noticed all that conversation around massive leaks at the point we were being given water restrictions, all the raw sewage discharges because there was the threat of floods after the drought periods.
There's a leak on my drive home from here that's been there for about 3 weeks now, and it is pouring out on a big main road. It is pouring out. It's been going for weeks.
And the thing is...
That's appalling. Why can't they stop it?
Yeah, you look at that, and not only is there the environmental cost, the energy cost, because that's probably clean water, or it's filthy water. Either way, it shouldn't be leaking out of the pipes. No. But also, imagine the people who pay their money to that water company, and you don't get a choice, even though it's a privatised system. You don't get to choose which your water company is. It's £5 notes that's being thrown onto the street.
It is.
And however many millions of litres of water being lost per minute. So basically, DEFRA, which is the Department for Environmental and Rural Affairs and Farming, released targets. So these are like government-binding, legally binding targets for certain environmental aspects of our environment. So things like the amount of tree cover, because we need to plant new trees, the amount of peatland restoration, because that's going to absorb lots of carbon rather than be putting it out into the atmosphere. But also, what they failed to do was specifically target improved water quality. So we're going to have horrible water, sewage, agricultural runoff, urban runoff, and they're much weakened targets. And loads of different conservation and environmental organisations have been pushing, begging the government, put ambitious targets in, and then you actually have a means to force the water companies to do the right thing, because otherwise they go, oh yeah, we're trying, but they don't. 3 weeks later, Stephen, you've still got the water pouring down the street.
It's not right. It's scandalous.
It's scandalous, and they're private companies. They're tax, shareholders who are making profit out of us and out of their environment.
Have you seen the picture that's in a lot of papers today of this astonishing hedge, which is near where there has been a water leak? And so there's been a great big pool of water in the road for a long time. And as drivers have driven past, throwing up the water at this hedge, it's formed a hedge of icicles. I don't know if you can see it, but it's the most astonishing picture. Where can I go close up on it? I want to see if I can get it. There. It's a hedge that's grown all these amazing icicles from it. There's a man there taking a picture of it, and it's, as they say there, it's an ice effect. But it's because there was a water leak there, and drivers have just been going past, throwing the water up onto the hedge, and it's gradually dripped off into these icicles. It's an icicle tree.
It is beautiful, but it shouldn't be happening.
No,
absolutely.
Flip side of it is short-sighted and utterly irresponsible for future generations.
A very disappointing story in the Mail, John, because we've got declassified documents about JFK's assassination, and there's nothing...
13,000 classified files, and it turns out it still was Lee Harvey Oswald. But and I know.
After all this wait.
I know the American government, President Biden has probably released them so that conspiracy theories can stop, but they probably will never stop, will they? People not stop. But there's interesting details for people that. So when Lee Harvey Oswald visited the Russian embassy in Mexico City, he was taped. He was taped because there was a bugging operation jointly between the Mexican spies and the American spies. So the Americans knew that Lee Harvey Oswald, shortly before he assassinated Kennedy, was talking to the Russians. And so it's the fact of how many traces there were of this man, his connections to the Soviet Union. He had defected once already. There's a lot of material there to read through, but it does seem like it's being finally let out because a lot of the people who are involved and named are long gone now.
Yeah.
So you can release and declassify.
Well, I mean, it's interesting. It's a shame there's no sort of smoking gun.
No smoking. Well, there was one.
Can we just very quickly, we're almost out of time, look at The Guardian and board games, Mary-Anne.
Yes.
Love a board game at Christmas?
I quite like a board game. I don't like Monopoly. No. It's rubbish.
It's banned from our house.
It's basically a rubbish game, that's why.
It's not.
It's terrible. It's terrible. You sit there, either you're winning in some kind of narcissistic megalomaniac chapter of
that's
terror.
Yeah, so
never win.
And then I never win.
There you go, that's it.
But there's lots of really fun, sort of collaborative games.
Oh, here we go. Everyone's a winner. It's like those...
you can be a winner as well. There's also...
Do you like these school sports days where everyone's a winner? All that sort of thing?
No, because you're beating the game. So you're still a winner or a loser. You can still be desperately disappointed by being a rubbish.
A loser.
Don't worry, Steve.
He's a champion.
But also... Brits really like escape room inner boxes. Sales are getting massively up because you can, if you want to, if you're feeling a bit, like you want to sharpen the knives, then it's one of us is the murderer and we have to work it out.
Yeah.
And then maybe you could be the person going, it's you!
Yeah, I'd like to do that.
But yeah, basically, Monopoly's rubbish, but there's loads of
games. There's loads of games.
That's not what The Guardian say, sorry, I should be clear. That's what I say. The Guardian is just celebrating the fact that Brits love playing board games at Christmas.
I want to get Cards Against Humanity. that sounds superb. I did see one the other day and they said it was 30 quid, so I didn't get it. But Cards Against Humanity.
Cards Against Humanity gets funnier and funnier the more relaxed you are in each other's company.
Have you played? You've clearly played it then.
A couple of times, yeah.
I've never played it, but I know people who have.
If it's a tense family situation, then I suggest maybe go for a different.
Yeah.
I interviewed Hugh Bonneville the other day from Downton Abbey, and he said, because I said, what do you do when you're waiting in filming, because there's an awful lot of hanging around, and he said, we all used to play Wink Murder. Have you ever heard of Wink Murder?
Wink Murder, yeah.
Yeah, and basically there's a group of you, and only one knows it because you draw lots, and when you open your little bit of paper, it says you're the murderer. And you carry on doing whatever you're doing, and then you wink at somebody, and they have to die. So they die. And the other members, of course, have no idea, didn't see the wink, no idea who's the murderer, and they have to gradually work it out. And apparently, Dame Maggie Smith is absolutely brilliant, which you can imagine.
And you can do really fun theatrical...
yes, you have to do a theatrical death, exactly, yeah.
Oh, yeah, can you imagine with that
a load of actors, yes, it must have been really good. So Wink Murder is apparently very, very good.
Very good.
To try.
Also, you don't need to spend 30 quid buying a board.
No, you don't even know it.
No, you can do it with Post-it notes, ripped up bits of paper. All those old-fashioned parlour games don't cost you anything and are brilliant fun.
Well, we are out of time, I'm sorry to say, but it's been good to see you both this morning. Thank you very much indeed.
Now, at 8:51, let's remind you that the Met Office has issued a yellow weather warning with snow and ice expected to blanket the UK this weekend.
Well, our South West of England reporter Jeff Moody has been on the road with a snow warden in Devon.
Loki.
It's always a great moment when we first see snow. There's snowmen to build, snowballs to throw. But we've seen it now. Time to move on. Here in North Devon, we've only had an inch or two of snow, but the trouble is it's not going anywhere. The sun is too weak at this time of year to melt it, and during the evenings and at night, it gets icier and icier. This snow has been here a week. It's not going anywhere fast, and the Met Office say it's the wrong type of snow.
Often when we get snow, it's to do with milder air coming in from the Atlantic, and it's what we call transient snow. So it snows heavily, but then it clears away, or it doesn't certainly last too long. But because we've been in the cold air, it's not going to shift. Temperatures have been struggling to get above freezing by day and well below freezing at night. So it sticks around. It may melt a little bit through the day, and then that just makes things really icy and really treacherous. So it has been an unusually long, cold spell of weather.
They're calling it the Troll of Trondheim, and it's got a sting in its tail. Dozens of flights out of Glasgow have been cancelled or delayed. Similar scenes at other airports. Passengers stranded, long waits on the tarmac. In parts of Scotland, homes have been without power for nearly a week, and train services have been cancelled or delayed, piling more misery onto commuters already battling against strikes. Last week, in a single day, the RAC responded to 8 call-outs a minute. Monday, the busiest day ever, 12,000 call-outs as motorists struggled to get a grip. It's not so much the main roads, it's the B roads, the small lanes, the winding hills and valleys, the driveways. That's what's causing the problem, and it's that that's causing thousands of people to be trapped in their own homes. Again. Bill Geen is a parish councillor in North Malton, Devon. He's the council's designated snow warden. The council tackles the main roads. The smaller routes are left to the community.
We're a close community and we do what we can to help ourselves. We would like the county council to do more on some of the main roads and our more used routes, but we're going to lobby for that. But we do what we can.
This weekend, the Met Office says, brace yourselves for more. It'll get worse before it gets better. The advice for drivers, stay at home this weekend till the rain comes. Next week, the snow should melt, just in time for more strikes. Jeff Moody, GB News.
It looks so pretty like that, but it isn't if you've got to go shopping or something.
No, I'm dreading the drive tomorrow.
Okay.
But anyway, we have to take it nice and slowly. Interesting one on food banks. Dennis says reports of thousands of teachers and nurses using food banks is really distressing. However, if people earn £35,000 and they're using food banks, they need to be given an education in budgeting and not free food.
It's an interesting thought, isn't it? We've had quite a few comments like that. I bet everybody coming to food banks has iPhones and stuff like that.
Anyway, keep your thoughts coming through, whatever you view. GB Views at gbnews.uk.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512,
Virgin Media Channel 604,
Freesat Channel 216,
Freeview Channel 236,
and YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio,
with the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. for Gloria Meets. In exclusive interviews, I'll be finding out who our politicians really are and what they really think.
It's something that you would never want anyone to suffer.
I didn't know what channels there were. I didn't think I'd be believed.
I must have weighed about 7 stone and I'm 5'8".
My instincts was to sort of cover this up. I mean, clearly that was a mistake.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB Plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Dubes & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Mark Stein. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
Join me, Lawrence Fox, on GB News. Frank, fun, fearless and sometimes serious. Much as I love a Friday night punch-up, what I really want is a battle of ideas. I want to look at things differently. I want to hear different voices and engage with your unique experiences. Every Friday at 7 p.m. on GB News.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Dubes & Co. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Dubes & Co.
I'm Mark Dolan. Join me at 11 on GB News for Headliners, in which I'll be joined by two of the UK's top comedians discussing tomorrow's papers. If it's an important story, we'll cover it, but we'll have some fun along the way. Headliners, the late night paper review that won't send you to sleep like the others will. 7 nights a week at 11 p.m. on GB News.
Monday to Thursday on GB News, it's Bev Turner Today from 10 a.m. We're going to be here for you, our GB News family, to keep you up to date, but also make you smile.
The guy went from puberty to adultery.
And I can't wait to bring a few of my own opinions.
I have no time for cultural totalitarianism.
We'll engage in passionate, but always polite debate, with your thoughts and opinions at the centre of it all. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Mark White. As GB News Home and Security Editor, I cover those key issues that are so important to you. Our authorities, our communities doing all they can to combat violent crime. With the public services under unbearable strain, why are we still failing to control our borders? Defence, the first priority of any government, has been continually hollowed out. Can we trust our politicians to protect the armed forces? Join me, Mark White, on GB News.
Commuters are stranded across the country after more rail strikes, and there's a warning for cancer patients as nurse and ambulance staff prepare to take action next week.
Good morning to you. 9 o'clock, Saturday the 17th of December. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
I'm afraid you've got to expect more travel delays today as rail workers walk out until midnight tonight. Meanwhile, hospitals have been warned to free up beds, as many as they can, to prepare for extensive disruption, which should be caused maybe by the upcoming ambulance staff strike next week.
Now, it's been almost a week since 4 young boys lost their lives in Solihull after falling through a frozen lake. We're going to be at Babs Mill as the community pay tribute to them in a special vigil.
And there are reports that Harry and Meghan will be allowed to attend. In fact, they'll be invited to the coronation. That's despite all the controversy that's gone on following their documentary release. While official invitations for the event have yet to be sent out, reports claim that the King is going to offer that olive branch to them in an attempt to reunite the family.
And the Met Office has warned half of the UK is going to be covered in ice over the next 24 hours. Blizzards, 6 inches of snow on the way tomorrow. People living in northern England and Wales have been told to be ready for possible power cuts and travel disruption.
And as ever, do join in any of our discussions this morning by emailing us gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Now it's the second day of the national rail strikes as members of the RMT union continue their walkout over pay.
And elsewhere, hospitals have been told to free up as much space as possible to limit the disruption which could be caused by the striking ambulance staff next week. In fact, the General Secretary of the Royal College of Nursing, Pat Cullen, has called out Health Secretary Steve Barclay's macho negotiating style. And she said to Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, get a grip and step in.
So, within all of this, you'll have seen in the headlines, in the papers, they keep saying it's the winter of discontent. Can comparisons really be drawn between now and the late 1970s? Well, in a moment, we're going to speak to the co-creator of the play Crisis, What Crisis?, which shines a light on life in Britain in December 1979. But first, here's what audiences were treated to when it was in theatres over the summer.
It's the 22nd of January 1979. Jim Callaghan's Labour government has a working majority of 0. Parliament is deadlocked. Workers are on strike.
Get on the phone with the miners, find out what Joe Gormley wants, and give it to him.
I've got nothing to say to the government. Last time I gave you a quote, I ended up with egg all over my face.
Tell Audrey Wise, if she wants Mrs Thatcher as Prime Minister, that's her view.
It's getting a bit hairy out there. Take this.
First time leaking something to the press. You're going to be great.
You'll see us on the picket line.
It takes you back, doesn't it?
Yeah, Fred, it does. It really does. The words Joe Gormley as well.
Oh,
names from the past.
Well, let's talk to the co-creator of the play, Owen Kingston, who's here. Good to see you this morning. I mean, clearly, you know, writing this sort of thing, you've really got your head across what the winter of discontent was actually like.
Yeah.
Is there a comparison, do you think?
Definitely. It's not exactly the same, obviously. There are similarities and there are also differences. But I think it's the effect on people that is going to be the thing that we will remember. And it seems to me as though this winter, although it's really just getting started, is going to have a lasting effect, given everything that we're seeing, particularly with the nurses going on strike. I mean, that is...
Well, that's historic, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And it's interesting, when we were writing this and coming up with it, myself and my co-creator, Tom, we were looking at some extreme things that might happen. You know, that part of the fun of being in this show and part of the fun of the audiences experiencing it was that we were playing with some of the more extreme outcomes that could have happened but didn't. And we, you know, there were possibilities for a military coup, for example, and things like that. But one of the things that we ruled out right at the beginning was anybody from the NHS going on strike, because it had never happened. And we thought it would be ridiculous to say that the nurses might go on strike or the doctors might go on strike. We just didn't foresee that as a possibility.
It wasn't. Nobody would have ever believed it. If
no,
you'd
that's
written
right.
about it.
Yeah.
But other people did go on strike, and for a long time it felt like a general strike. I remember, and I did my homework by candlelight, like so many people probably watching now. We had this 4-day week, in some places a 3-day week. The rubbish was piling up in the streets because the dustmen were on strike, and the army had to be brought in to cope with all sorts of problems. It felt pretty bleak, but we've already had a lot of viewers getting in touch saying, yes, it was bleak, but, you know, we didn't have central heating in those days anyway, so we wrapped up warm and huddled in front of a one-bar fire when we had the electricity. We didn't moan like people are moaning today.
No, and that may well be the case. But the legacy, nevertheless, was very damaging for the Labour Party. Those images of rubbish piling up in Leicester Square, for example, the Tories hung it round the necks of the Labour Party for decades. Many of the sort of election cycles, you would have those images coming out again and again saying the Labour can't be trusted, Labour will bring chaos to the country. And I do wonder whether the current government has properly learned the lessons of the past in that regard.
Maybe it's too long ago for them.
Well, maybe, but...
You need to watch your...
But ultimately, when you have a situation where nurses are going on strike, those images of nurses on a picket line, they'd be terrible at any time of year. But to have it happen right before Christmas...
during a particularly cold summer.
During a particularly, freezing nurses on a picket line at Christmas time. If I was amongst those nurses, I'd be making sure everybody had a Santa hat, that there was tinsel everywhere, because those images will be hung around the Tories' necks.
But it's interesting, though, because the dynamic then was that the unions were holding the country to ransom.
Yes.
Whereas there's a lot of frustration with the unions, but there's not that same feeling, is there?
No, and that's really interesting, I think. part of that, I think, is the history of it. The whole of the 70s were dominated by strikes, and they were dominated by high inflation and a lot of problems that the government of the day were really trying to get on top of and consistently failing to get on top of, unfortunately. We have had this rapid inflation. It's come up on us very suddenly. We haven't had 10 years' worth of high inflation. It's really only been this year. So the dynamic is slightly different. And I think people's reaction to it, therefore, is coloured by that. This is sort of a problem, I think, that for the Tory party, it's come up as a surprise. And now they're scrabbling to try and do something about it and really flailing.
I can't remember how the winter of discontent ended, actually. Did it just fizzle out in the end?
Well, the strikes were resolved in the end. In fact, by the time there was a no-confidence vote called, it had largely been finished with. In fact, the interesting parallel, it was the Scottish referendum result that sparked the actual downfall, if you like, of Jim Callaghan, because the SNP then called a vote of no confidence. And it's interesting that we're in a similar situation with the SNP now, in some ways, although they haven't been promised anything particularly by central government. They have been pushing for that. The difference, I guess, is that the Tory party at the moment have a huge thumping majority, which Labour at the time didn't have. So their immediate downfall is perhaps not necessarily there. But if you've had a whole year of chaos and problems, by the time we get to 2024, the memories of this winter may well be brought out again to beat them with.
Well, could do. I mean, if that's not a clear indication that the government needs to get its skates on, nothing is.
Yeah.
But when you think about individual families, for instance, who are worried about how they're going to put food on the table this Christmas and who are refusing steadfastly to turn off their central heating, refuse to turn it on, are we much more snowflakey nowadays than we were in the 70s? Were we made of stronger stuff in the 70s?
It's interesting. When we made this show, we were aware that most of our audience were likely to be younger people. In fact, we put an awful lot of work into trying to get younger people to understand some of these issues. We were aware that from our early test shows that it was very difficult to get people to care about inflation, for example, because young folk had not really experienced periods of high inflation. There hasn't been for a very long time. So we did some interesting things to try and get people to care about those things. When inflation and interest rates were raised, we put up the prices on our bar, for example, to make people care about it. So because it's an interactive show and the audience have a hand in trying to change policy and make things happen during the show, we made them responsible for their own high prices at the bar, and that got them to care about inflation pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But I think
is it on anywhere at the moment?
It isn't at the moment, no. We were hoping to bring it back at some point this year. Of course,
you might have to do a rewrite.
We may do. I mean, part of the problem with that is the economy at the moment makes it difficult to mount theatre. Yeah. But we're hoping by the end of the year we'll get it on again.
It's a fascinating project because so many people have got in touch and said, it's like the winter of discontent, and the press are using that phrase all the time, and it takes you back to the 70s.
Yeah.
And the interesting question is, well, does it?
Yes.
Fascinating stuff.
Owen, really good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. In terms of striking and all the rest of it, and the NHS in particular, Neil's been in touch. Morning, Neil. He says, I've worked in senior procurement all my life in the private sector, but I recently worked in senior procurement for the NHS for 3 years, had to leave for my own sanity. It needs privatising. The waste, the inefficiency, the mismanagement is shocking. It will never change until this happens, but politicians are scared to promote this as it's a vote loser. Well, you might have.
But so many people have been in touch this morning saying that we worship the NHS, we revere it, but it's got huge flaws, particularly, everybody says, in management and wastage.
Janice says, I've worked for the NHS for 39 years. They need to get rid of the top layer of managers. It's such a waste of money. I don't know. Maybe they're doing things that we don't appreciate. Maybe you do need that structure there. I mean, I just don't know enough about it.
No.
Who's also in the system?
But it does need root and branch reform, doesn't it? And then we were talking about food banks. Has it come to food banks? Deb says, people spending 70 quid on fags and then off to the food bank. Some people are getting up to £1,800 from the government for helping with heating. Put it straight into fuel account, not fags, and alcohol for starters. Sorry, she's not saying alcohol for starters, she's saying put it into a fuel account and not fags and alcohol for starters. Lots of people getting in touch saying, are those who go to a food bank really that desperately in need?
But then we can't then dictate, you can only, you need to give up booze and fags if you're a smoker and a drinker if you want to go to a food bank. You can't put those sort of diktats on it, can you? People still have to live a free life.
You can't means test people when they come to the food bank.
No.
So you need help, that's what it's for.
Yeah. There you go. But anyway, keep your thoughts coming through. Oh, quickly, on the 50p coins, because it's money related, we're saying we haven't seen the new ones yet. Sharon in Worcester. No, not Worcester.
No,
Worcester.
I think it's Worcester.
Is it Worcester? Just been mistyped.
I've never heard of a Worcester.
No. Well, if you're in Worcester, let us know. But otherwise, we'll say Worcester. So I've managed to get the new 50p coins. I'm putting them in my family's Christmas cards. Well, that's a lovely idea.
That's a nice idea.
So I'd like to get a 50p coin.
And then on Great Duvet Afternoon, just before Christmas movies, Shelley says Scrooge, the Albert Finney one, Nativity with Martin Freeman, which is hilarious, or Trading Places with Eddie Murphy, the best Christmas film ever. It is good, that one.
Sherry in Spain. Oh, bet your weather's nicer over there. Shrek, Ghostbusters, E.T. or National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
I do like National Lampoon's. I know it's terribly, terribly American and we shouldn't... But it's so silly.
E.T. Yeah.
And Janet says, my movie to sit down to with a duvet is Miracle on 34th Street. Great movie. And Clive says The Holiday. It's absolutely brilliant. I agree with you, absolutely.
It's a good film. I'm not really a big one for those sort of rom-coms, but actually
No, but it's not really rom-com. It's a bit more clever than that.
Yeah.
He says, also, my Christmas begins in earnest at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on Christmas Eve with a warm mince pie, a glass of port, and It's a Wonderful Life with Jimmy Stewart.
Oh, that sounds quite idyllic, actually.
That's brilliant.
Very nice. Very nice, Clive. Now, it is 13 minutes past 9. Let's bring you up to date with some of the other top stories today. And a man and woman have been arrested after 2 young boys were found dead in East London. The emergency services were called to Cornwallis Road in Dagenham, where they discovered the children, aged just 2 and 5. The Met Police say both suspects were known to the boys.
The committee investigating the January the 6th Capitol riots is reportedly preparing to vote on 3 criminal charges against Donald Trump. If passed, they'll urge the US Justice Department to indict the former president with offences including insurrection.
And the weather for you. The Met Office has issued yellow weather warnings. Ice expected for much of Scotland, the northwest of England and Wales today. Blizzards are set to sweep across the north this weekend. Temperatures could rise slightly tomorrow, but ice is expected to create difficult road conditions.
And another really very sad news, a candlelit vigil is being held later today in memory of the boys who died after falling into Babs Mill Lake in Solihull on December the 11th.
Yeah, they were aged just 8, 10 and 11. They died after falling through ice while playing near the lake. Well, our West Midlands reporter Jack Carlson is in Solihull for us this morning. Jack.
Well, good morning. I've come down to the lake now. This is the area all around the path here that this vigil is going to take place this afternoon around 4 p.m. as this community comes together once again to mourn the loss of these 4 boys, but also remember the happy times that they got to spend with them, even though they've been lost so young. As you can see behind me, there's been some temporary barriers and fencing put up here, and this is what local councillors and also this community are starting to call for now, just of course a week on from that tragedy, about better safety for the water and for the lake. Of course, a more permanent fence is one of the suggestions, as well as more signage and possibly even cameras as well. Of course, the fire service and West Midlands Ambulance Service have called for people to be careful in this icy weather, this cold snap. This lake this morning has got a thin sheet of ice over it, and that is, of course, the tragic circumstances which found those 4 boys in trouble, as we think they went to try and feed the ducks when they all got into trouble. The West Midlands Fire Service, the West Midlands Police have all paid tribute here at the memorial, as well as the West Midlands Ambulance Service, who came here on Thursday, many of whom were in the call centre and took that call last Sunday. James Williams, the head of emergency planning, attended that little vigil that they held personally on Thursday, and I spoke to him about why water safety is so important.
Unfortunately, the temptation in these scenarios to be on the ice or in open water, and whether that's in the cold through ice or in the summer when it's really hot, the dangers are immense, and those media messages are going out all the time, supported by the fire service, and our view is please just be very careful, and in these stages don't enter onto any ice because you can see what tragedies can come from it.
And so, of course, we know that Finlay, Sam and also cousin Thomas Stewart were all part of the same family, but 10-year-old Jack Johnson wasn't related to the other three and was just here at the lake when the incident happened and heroically just dived in to try and help them. Of course, they all ended up in cardiac arrest and received CPR on site here, but again, that reminder of dangers of lakes. Fire services in Yorkshire, in Wales, having to remind people after reports of children being on lakes there, but the tributes here continue to flood in. That patch of grass up there has become a shrine to these four boys. The Babs Mill Printers, as they're now called. A Just Giving page has been set up. £63,000 has already been raised to go towards the funeral. But tonight at 4 p.m, those families, this community will stand side by side, hand in hand, in the candlelight vigil here at Babs Mill Lake.
OK, Jack, thank you. It's that cold water shock is what they call it, and I don't think you can appreciate what it does, really. No, but I mean, the RNLI
didn't die of drowning; they died of cardiac arrest.
Just when you suddenly are plunged into those sort of temperatures, it's your whole body just goes into shock, and you can't breathe, you can't do anything. It's awful. But it's the fact that two brothers and a cousin. You know, how is that wider family coping with that?
But by the look of it, you know, you only have to look at where it is on the estate. It looks like a community of people, doesn't it? And obviously they're turning out, they're paying tributes already, but they'll be turning out big time for the candlelit vigil later on today. And you just don't know how a community... The shock goes right through the community. God knows how it affects the families involved. Those little boys who should have been spending Christmas it's just terrible.
Dread to think. It's unbearable. Well, it's Christmas will never happen for those families ever again, will it?
No.
Oh, dear. OK, look, don't go anywhere. We've got much more coming up for you, including a look back at the King's first 100 days as monarch.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Dubes & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Mark Stein. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
Here on GB News Live, we'll be keeping you in the picture, finding out what's happening across the country and finding out why it matters to you. We'll have the facts fast with our team of reporters and specialist correspondents. Wherever it's happening, we'll be there from 12 noon on TV, radio and online. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
Why not take us home with you by visiting the GB News shop at gbnews.store. You'll find all the official merchandise, a really good present actually for yourself, your friends or your family.
We ship across the UK mainland at no extra cost. GB News, the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh my goodness me! And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Monday to Thursday on GB News, it's Bev Turner Today from 10 a.m. We're going to be here for you, our GB News family, to keep you up to date, but also make you smile.
The guy went from puberty to adultery.
And I can't wait to bring a few of my own opinions.
I have no time for cultural totalitarianism.
We'll engage in passionate, but always polite debate, with your thoughts and opinions at the centre of it all. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. for Gloria Meets. In exclusive interviews, I'll be finding out who our politicians really are and what they really think.
It's something that you would never want anyone to suffer.
I didn't know what channels there were. I didn't think I'd be believed.
I must have weighed about 7 stone and I'm 5'8".
My instincts was to sort of cover this up. I mean, clearly that was a mistake.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by 2 of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Now, at 9:23, it's probably time, we think, to warm the cockles of your heart.
Absolutely. A bit earlier on, we were talking about a lovely video that's sort of gone viral. Everybody's watching it at the moment. It's taken place in Wichita, in the United States. Wichita, you have to say that.
Wichita.
In Sedgwick Zoo. And it's a chimpanzee mum who was very pregnant, and for some reason, we don't know, they decided to let her give birth by caesarean section. So obviously she was sedated and they delivered the baby. And then they had to reunite the two. And we're about to see this moment where they've put the baby already in with under a blue blanket. And she wanders into the compound looking a bit, as though she's thinking, I was pregnant a couple of weeks ago, what happened? And just watch what does happen. For those of you on the radio, you're going to have to find this yourself on YouTube, but it's brilliant. She's
just
in there
wondering
thinking,
what's going on.
What's going on?
And
then
she
look what
notices
happens
the blanket.
in the little blue bundle. She has
Absolutely lovely.
Look.
And
Look
there's a
what happens
hand
now.
appears. Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. Oh. Just, I mean, that's a mother, isn't it?
That sheer
Oh,
maternal
look at
instinct
that.
kicking in there. The minute she saw, she thought, that's my baby.
Just beautiful.
And she doesn't even want any of the blankets. She just wants to hold the baby. And that's the baby after it's just been delivered. How remarkable is that, eh?
Oh, look at its little face.
So that's the mother who's called Mahale, reunited with her baby after a surgical procedure that she obviously just doesn't remember or understand. And then it's the way the little hand comes out of the blanket.
There it goes.
Oh.
Just can't get it quickly enough, can she?
No. Isn't that absolutely gorgeous?
Oh, she's sort of... Oh, you'd almost swear she was in tears.
Yes. Yeah.
Just absolutely beautiful. That.
Isn't it amazing?
But what's the difference in DNA between humans and apes? Is it something like
little.
0.1% or something?
Or it's probably less than that.
Tiny.
Yeah.
Tiny. Quite how people, in the past have mistreated apes and things. I can't understand it because they're just us, aren't they?
Yeah, of course they are. Absolutely.
Have you ever held a chimpanzee?
No.
I would love to do that.
Aren't they meant to be quite difficult creatures? I mean, they're not easy at all, almost aggressive.
Yeah, apparently.
But highly intelligent. In the past, it was the wonderful Attenborough, wasn't it? Who witnessed that the one who was taught to paint and actually did wonderful paintings. He had a very famous chimp, didn't he? Can't remember the name of it, but in his first, he used to do a programme right back in the 50s, 60s called Zoo Check. I think it was Zoo Check, or Zoo Time, one of them. And it was black and white, so it was that old. And there was a particular chimpanzee who was a friend of his for years and years and years. Oh, all I know is they're highly intelligent, but they can be a bit aggressive, chimps.
I still like to give one a cuddle. There you go.
See if we can arrange that.
That's me.
Maybe.
I'm a softie. If anyone wants to bring one in, if there's a charity or anything, that I'll pay them to come in. Anyway, look, 9:26. Today marks 100 days since Queen Elizabeth died at Balmoral, and So the first 100 days for the new king. But it has been difficult, especially with the fallout from Harry and Meghan.
But despite the harsh criticism the couple levelled at the royal family, it has been reported today that the king is going to invite the Duke and Duchess of Sussex to the coronation.
Well, our royal reporter Cameron Walker reflects now on the first 100 days of the king's reign.
Buckingham Palace has confirmed that Her Majesty the Queen has died.
God save the King.
King Charles ascended the throne during troubled times for Great Britain. Families are forced to choose between heating and eating. There's disagreements about how to handle migrants landing on our shores. Even the King's own son and his wife are polarising opinions.
He's dealt quite well with the revelations and the accusations contained in the Meghan and Harry six-parter on Netflix because he hasn't responded. There's been very little of substance to respond to, but he's kept his cool and he believes that the ship of state will weather this storm as it's weathered many in the past.
In his first 100 days, His Majesty's made a point of visiting all four corners of the United Kingdom. Just days into the role, the King promised religious leaders to protect the space for faith itself. Defender of the faith, perhaps turning into defender of all religions, signalling his personal commitments to Christianity, Islam, Judaism and other faiths. New 50p coins bearing the effigy of King Charles are now being spent in our shops. They went into circulation earlier this month and other coins will follow soon. Keeping with tradition, the King's portrait faces to the left, in the opposite direction to the late Queen. His effigy was created by sculptor Martin Jennings and was personally approved by Charles.
All those weeks, those months of work, the great collaboration that you have with the designers at the Royal Mint, all of that goes into producing just one piece of metal, if you think of it in those terms, even though there are millions of them. They reproduce again and again exactly that one piece.
King Charles has spent a lot of time on engagements with young people. Many believe the monarchy survives by staying relevant to the next generation. As well as meeting young business leaders in Bradford, he talked to trainee silversmiths in London. Two egg incidents that scrambled close protection officers to the King's side has raised some concerns about security. But the King appears to tackle challenges head-on, deciding on an unplanned walkabout, showing he is not afraid to meet and greet strangers. King Charles III has benefited from a huge increase in popularity since the start of his reign. Insiders hope it only strengthens ahead of his coronation next year. Cameron Walker, GB News.
I was weren't you, very worried when the Queen died.
What about how the monarchy would continue?
And how Charles would be as king. But he's worked out really well and seems to be very popular.
Well, I think so. I'm all for him. The chimp, by the way, was called Jane.
Jane? Really?
And I know that because Jane's been in touch and sent me a WhatsApp. So it's clearly a very clever chimp still with us.
Very clever chimp.
Okay. Don't go anywhere. Oh, I should just say thank you as well to Kev in Anglesey sending us pictures of the new 50p coin, which has got with the King's face on it. Plenty more to come. We're heading to a food bank in Stockport in just a couple of minutes.
We are GB News, and we'd like to say thank you to each and every one of you for bringing us your conversations, for helping our great nation find its voice. We are here for you on radio, television, and online. Across England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland.
It's not the BBC, you actually get your facts right.
We are proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates.
Do you not believe in prison? I don't believe in prison.
I'm completely stunned. I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Every morning from 6 o'clock, we'll wake you up with GB News Breakfast with all the stories you didn't know from the night before.
So whether it's serious news, entertainment, or your own views from all over our great nation, we're here to kick off your day with a smile.
And the national media should be reflecting and reporting what's happening here.
You will notice the northwestern accents.
Whether you're with us on TV, radio, or online, every morning, it's breakfast from 6 a.m. Hope you can join us.
We are GB News, right across the nation. You can get us on television, on radio, on digital. We're absolutely everywhere.
Amazing! You see, amazing!
You remind me of me in the European Parliament. But here's the most important bit. We are not part of the mainstream establishment. We think and speak just like you do. We are the People's Channel.
Magnificent. That's really, really thoughtful.
Come and join us on GB News, the People's News Channel.
Join me, Nana Akue, Saturday and Sunday afternoons on GB News. Expect fiery debate and passionate discussion as me and my panel tackle some of the biggest topics hitting the headlines. It's a place for everyone's opinion. No one gets cancelled, but no one gets an easy ride.
Oh, she's on it today!
Be ready for conversations that are fierce, frank, and of course, fun. Every Saturday and Sunday afternoon from 4 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512,
Virgin Media Channel 604,
Freesat Channel 216,
Freeview Channel 236,
And YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio.
With the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. It's 9:34.
Yeah, and Christmas, just a week. Sorry, that's my stomach.
Is
rumbling.
it?
That's it.
Oh.
I don't know if you can hear it at home, but clearly I should go home straight away and have a big lunch. But anyway, not too long. Christmas just 1 week away. Many people are wondering how they're going to afford to eat over the holidays at all.
Yeah, well, as the nation continues to grapple with the rising cost of living, more people than ever are relying on food banks, including full-time staff and even nurses, so it's been reported.
Well, our North West of England reporter, Sophie Reaper, has travelled to Wigan. In fact, she's gone from Wigan now to Stockport to meet more volunteers at the Gatley Food Bank. Do tell us more, Sophie.
Well, good morning to you both. As you just said there, Anne, I was in Wigan, Ashton in Makerfield earlier on this morning at one food bank. I'm now at a different food bank in Gatley in Stockport. These are just two of over 2,500 food banks that now exist in the UK. And let me just say, that number is rising. The situation that we find ourselves in is this. The latest figures from the Office for National Statistics say that 1 in 6 UK adults are either moderately or severely concerned that by the time that food in their household runs out, they'll be unable to buy any more. Moreover, 6% of UK adults say that the food has already run out and they can't afford to buy any more. So that's 6% of UK adults who are now without food. Now, this situation would be concerning at any time of year, but the fact, as you say, Christmas is now a week tomorrow, just over a week away, that makes it feel just a lot more sad, really, if I'm being blunt with it. You know, people are really relying on food banks such as this one. You know, here we have things like dried pasta, we've got a variety of cereals, we've got all the toiletries that any household could ever need, and they're all donated by members of the local community. And this food bank relies on those donations. And to tell me a little bit more about that, I'm now joined by one of the volunteers here, Wendy. Wendy, a very good morning to you. Tell me a bit about this food bank. What goes down here on a day-to-day basis?
So each day we come in, we prepare some made-up bags ready for the people to come and collect them. We put donations away. Fran, who runs the food bank, she does all the shopping for it, again relying on the donations, the money from the donations, sorry. And we just, public donates, the local businesses don't donate, as you say. We're very, very, very lucky, you know, but we do a lot of fundraising as well to help.
We're talking about on a national scale, we're seeing more food banks than ever and more people relying on food banks than ever. Is that something that you've observed at this particular food bank?
Definitely, yes. Initially, we've had people that's had jobs, but now they can't afford, you know, a full food shop, so they come and get topped up from here. There's people that have lost jobs and, you know, they've come and they said, I'm really sorry we've had to come, but we need, you know, I haven't got any food for the children. They've had Christmas presents from here. They've had lots of things, but there's definitely been a big increase in people coming to this food bank, new people.
You say about people apologising for having to come. Do you think there's a stigma around coming to food banks? And if so, if people feel that stigma, what would your message to them be?
Oh, definitely there is. There is a stigma about coming to a food bank, and I would definitely say, I mean, I would go myself should I need to go. I wouldn't be ashamed anymore. I know people come, they do come humbly, but they're very, very grateful, and at least they are coming. They go then tell a friend, they're friendly, they'll come. So we've had an increase of things and people coming as well.
And just finally, about Christmas, how important do you think food banks are coming up to the big day?
Oh, massively, massively. They'll come now and they'll ask for, you know, extra things. We give a set bag out, but we do have a list of things that, you know, additional things like your toiletries, cleaning products, you know, juices, tea bags, everything. We have different things that don't go into an every day-to-day bag, but they ask for them extras. So it's going to help massively if they can come and grab some food from here and then buy their little extras for their Christmas day.
Fabulous. Thank you so much for your time this morning, Wendy. As we've just heard, these food banks are so important and people are becoming ever more reliant, but thankfully there's people like Wendy and Fran, who runs this establishment here in Gatley, that are there for those people who are struggling the most, especially at this time of year.
Sophie, for now, thanks very much indeed.
Yes, thank you. We've had an email in from Gay and Mark in Sydney. Hope you're still watching, Gay and Mark. They say, greetings from Sydney. What's really ironic, what's happening in the UK is also happening here. We've got strikes, we've got an energy crisis, we've got a rising cost of living. Merry Christmas, GB News, from us down under.
I think we do forget that this is a global issue.
Not surprising following a pandemic.
Well, no, and the situation in Ukraine. But I guess the argument can be made, well, it's how you deal with it.
Yes, and how you manage a situation.
How you manage it, yeah, which I think is...
manage a crisis, haven't you?
I just think, I do get a bit annoyed by the polls where they say, well, you know, the 60% of people blame the government for what's going on. Well, that's not strictly fair. It wouldn't matter who was in charge. It's not, you know, we are responding to a global situation.
But I think we can judge a government on how they manage it.
Oh, yeah.
Simon says, it's hardly a winter of discontent. This is mild. Nursing unions have been on strike before, and you should look at how they're striking. I know a nurse whose hospital are giving each nurse an hour off each shift to go outside and strike, with senior nurses and others covering their positions. Is that true? Love to know.
Yeah, well,
but maybe that's one way of managing a very, very difficult situation.
Maybe. John says, during the winter of discontent in '79, I was a nurse. The idea we'd go on strike is ridiculous. Who'd look after the patients? First and foremost, that was what we were there for. Nowadays, the nurses are me.
Are they really?
Well, it's John's view. I mean, he's been there and he's done it. Interesting, Alan in Sheffield says the reason the NHS staff didn't go on strike in the 70s is that the job then was a vocation. Today, it's just a job.
Wasn't there also a law against certain people like nurses, those emergency workers?
There was.
A law against them.
There was. I mean, the army can't strike. That's against the law.
No, exactly. Yeah.
Whether that... I don't know, though, whether that's... maybe we've just assumed that because they never did it. But I don't know.
Times, weren't they?
Anyway, keep your thoughts coming through. gbviews@gbnews.uk, because all views are welcome.
Now, ideally, of course, if you've got it, the festive season is a time for giving, with money ranking highly on the 2022 Christmas wish list for youngsters. They want money.
No, but as we step towards a cashless society, we're not going to see the fivers from Granny in a Christmas card in the same way. Will we see bank transfers instead? Oh, how festive.
Yeah, is it festive to give money?
No.
Is it acceptable to give money at Christmas? Let's talk about what this new cashless Christmas could look like. We have her consumer commentator Georgie Frost with us. Hello and good morning. Hi.
Good morning to you both.
That's the fundamental question. And the minute I even say the question, Stephen starts to go. Because he doesn't like the idea.
Hate it.
Giving money for Christmas, given that so many people are hard up and the kids always really prefer money, is it acceptable to give money as a gift?
I don't know. The kids do prefer money. I think they like having something to open. Look, I remember writing an article about this a few years ago and talking to people, and particularly around the office, and everybody thought, oh, how crass, you can't give money, whereas I was quite a big fan. It's quite useful. Why not? I mean, it's useful. You can spend it how you want. It's really easy. We're all busy. And also, I think there's an element of stuffication. We have a lot of stuff, particularly kids. And this is being borne out in the statistics at the moment. It's not just the fact that a third of us say we're going to give financial gifts to kids. We're also going, 2/3 say we're going to give financial gifts to our loved ones. And you're right, that's not just cash, although cash is the most popular. That includes, and this I do slightly balk at, bank transfers, but also things like gift cards, premium bonds, grandma's favourite, and all those sorts of things. Also, you can put money, if you really want, into a kid's pension. But that's something, I think, to think about. The cons of this as well, apart from being, as I say, a little bit eeky, is certainly with things like gift cards. We've seen a lot of companies go under recently, and a lot of us just don't spend it. It gets stuck in our wallets, doesn't it? And we forget it's there. Very impersonal as well. And I also think there's a temptation to overspend. You can make a gift that's worth £10 look a lot bigger than you can £10 stuffed into an envelope.
Personal thing that gets me, really, I just think, isn't it about the thought and the thought you put into a gift that matters?
Well, yes, it is. And actually, you know, if your loved one says, I would like to have cash and I'm struggling at the moment, then that is thoughtful that you're respecting what they want. I find it a little bit transactional, but look, we are in a cost of living crisis, and as impersonal, as sad and horrible as it feels to think you're going to be spending your Christmas money on paying your energy bills, you're going to be thankful for it when you don't have that festive debt hangover in the new year, which unfortunately we see a lot of people going into the new year with a lot of Christmas debt. And that's the last thing you need, because this cost of living crisis is not going anywhere anytime fast. So we really need to be sensible about it. But look, there is a happy middle ground. I mean, if you're looking to get a cash gift for a child, why not look at getting something like a Go Henry account or a NatWest Rooster, where you can actually get a debit card. It can be personalised, have your name on it and all that sort of thing, and make the child feel, you know, very old. Or you can split it. Why not put a little bit of money away, or ask grandparents and friends and family to put a little bit of money away for your children, and you can get them perhaps a slightly smaller gift that they can open on Christmas Day. But it doesn't have to be very expensive. Very expensive doesn't equal good. You're right, what equals good is thoughtful.
That takes time and effort.
Yes,
that is true.
Yes, it does. That's the point.
I know. What about a voucher? Is that a sort of slightly more posh way of giving money?
So I like vouchers because I know where I like to spend. However, I think there's a problem, as I mentioned there. We have seen over the last couple of years, sadly, due to the pandemic, which you're referring to earlier, we've seen a lot of businesses go under. A lot of people, again, forget to spend them. Something that's quite popular is experiences. Well, we're all very busy, and I don't know about you, but I find it quite difficult to coordinate my calendar. And then what a waste of a gift. That person's, you know, thoughtfully given you haven't spent it. So I would just say with gift cards, yes, it's sort of a bit more of a happy middle ground than cold hard cash, but it's very restrictive, obviously, on where you can spend it. And there is a risk that if the company goes bust, you might be able to get some of your money back, but it can be a bit of a hassle. So I would just urge a little bit of caution with gift cards. But I also think one of the reasons perhaps that, we are thinking more about cash is things like postal strikes. It's actually more difficult to get gifts now, so it's so much easier just to go into a shop, get a load of gift cards or get some cash out of the machine and just give that way.
Yes, it's a shame, isn't it? I mean, a gift card or a voucher isn't so much fun to open on Christmas Day.
It's not. You need a proper present wrapped in something nice. Georgie, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Happy Christmas. Just reminds me of a couple I used to know, and at Christmas time, she would give him I think they did it in cash, but she would give the husband £125 and he would give her £250. So why would you just not? I mean, what's that all about?
Yeah.
What waste of time? So in effect, he gets nothing, and she gets 120. She's made a profit.
Don't quite get that.
Yeah, crackers. Anyway, if you need a bit more cash, how about taking your furry friend for a walk using a new app called Reward, which
Reward. Yeah, it's an app.
Sounds like a dog. Reward.
The app aims to encourage more people to get walking by turning their steps into points, which can then be exchanged for discounts, charity donations, or even cash.
Oh, how does that work? I have no idea. Given that the average dog owner walks their pup upwards of 1,000 miles a year, it's not just good for furry friends, also a good way to keep ourselves fit as well. Should we talk to someone who uses this? Momo Awolesi, a Reward user, and Dog Mum to Digby, who's here. Good morning.
Morning. Hello, Digby.
How on earth does this work? How do you get money just for walking the dog?
So you go on walks and the Reward app uses the pedometer in your phone to count the number of steps you've taken, and that is converted into points. And through those points, you can earn cash, you can earn donations that you can donate to charity, and you can also earn discounts in your favourite shops on the high street.
I mean, I've got to ask, does Digby not mind the fact that you're using him for cold hard cash?
Digby doesn't mind because we spend time together on these walks. He gets to socialise with his dog friends.
Yeah.
So he doesn't mind. It's when we spend our most amount of time together.
I must say, I love his jumper.
Oh, he is adorable.
And the way you've coordinated it with your own outfit as well. Very impressed.
So has the app, motivated you to walk even more with Digby than you usually do?
It definitely has, especially now that it's getting colder. It's hard to find the motivation to walk your dog out for longer, especially because it gets so dark very early. And then on top of that, I feel like I can use the points I'm making to go towards my Christmas shopping and things like that.
Fabulous.
It's a great idea, isn't it? Because we all have to walk the dog. If you walk your dog about twice a day, it is incredible that it mounts up to something like 1,000 miles a year. That's unbelievable.
That is a lot of walking.
Yeah, he's only got little legs.
Yeah, those little legs go far, because so far we've made the Reward app about 150 points, I'd say. So that's about 150,000 miles. Steps so far.
Yeah.
So with those points, I'm going to, when I've saved up enough or a decent amount, I'm going to donate them to Mission Bambini, which is a charity that focuses on babies with precongenital heart disease.
See, that's the nice thing. If you need the money or whatever, it's a good way to make a bit of extra cash. But if you actually can afford to give it to a charity, then it's win-win-win.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't you? Because you're doing it anyway, aren't you?
Especially because I feel next year with the cost of living crisis, people are going to be pulling back, and that might affect charities. And obviously, with Christmas coming up, people are thinking a lot more about charities and giving back. So I think downloading the Reward app is a good way to sort of do your part.
Yeah.
What sort of breed is Digby?
Digby is a pug.
Oh. That's a classic pug.
His parents were 2 silver pugs, which makes a white pug.
Oh.
So he's a pug, but he's not an authorised pug colour.
Oh, right.
Really?
Oh, I didn't know you have to be an authorised.
There are certain, to show a dog, there are certain official colours that are within breed standards.
I'll tell you what, he likes a lot of licking.
He's
great.
Beautiful.
He's friendly.
He absolutely is beautiful. Have you made friends from this app with other users? Do you know quite a few people who use that app?
I heard about the Reward app through my friends who were using it to earn points on their walks to work and walking around the shops when they're doing their Christmas shopping. So that's how I found out about the apps. And through just walking and spending more time in the park.
I don't know what cream you've put on your hands.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm very tasty.
You're
very lickable.
Can you taste the cat? Can you taste my cat? Is that what it
Maybe
is?
you can.
But through spending more time on walks, I've gotten a lot closer with other dog walkers in my community.
And that really is a way of meeting people as well.
It is,
We get a lot of emails from people who say, remember that a lot of people don't have their families with them at Christmas, and they can be quite lonely. And one aspect is to maybe offer to, if either you don't have a dog yourself, is to offer to walk somebody's dog.
Yeah.
Because dog walkers always talk to each other.
I would so love to do that. I really want a dog, and I know there's apps out there where you can like look after people's dogs while they're away. But for me, without owning a dog, it would be good to.
With your showbiz lifestyle, don't
No, yes, it would. The Chihuahua, remember the Chihuahua in the bag? I
handbag,
really want that. But more than, yeah, it's lovely.
How important is because you want to be a responsible dog owner.
Yeah.
And I think there's not enough focus put on that. We see all the dogs going to Dogs Trust and RSPCA and what have you. And a responsible dog owner does need to look after and exercise their dog a lot. So, I mean, as much as you're doing it you and keeps you fit and healthy, I mean, it's good news for Digby.
It is. It's great news for Digby. It keeps them fit. It's also really good for stimulating their brains because when they go out for walks, they smell all sorts of new smells. They can tell through scent all the other dogs that have been around, whether or not they've met the dogs. They have really sophisticated senses of smell. So walking outside and going longer distances in newer places that you don't often go to is really good for the dog.
He's got the most remarkable face.
I just love him.
Yeah, beautiful. Show your face.
Digby. How did you choose the name? I mean, it absolutely suits him.
There's a film called Digby, the Biggest Dog in the World.
Oh.
And I just thought it's a nice name.
You're a little sweetie, aren't you?
Does he have the challenges? Because I've always wanted a pug, and they're known to be having breathing problems. Does he have similar?
So dogs such as pugs, French bulldogs, sometimes even boxers, they're brachycephalic breeds, which means fat-faced. He's a snorer really badly, but he doesn't have that much of a hard time. But it's common. I think it's like 1 in 5 French bulldogs will have to have nasal surgery. So although they're not the healthiest of breeds, he's doing pretty good.
But they've got such expressionful faces.
Yes.
He's adorable.
What do you do with him for Christmas? Do you give him Christmas presents and stuff?
He gets a jumper, he gets Christmas dinner, and he gets to spend time with us. Well, he's always spending time with us, but he's really part of the family on Christmas.
And he is, I probably shouldn't say, he's partial to a croissant.
Yes, he loves croissants.
Croissants.
How fabulous.
He normally gets one after his morning walk.
Hello, I'm falling in love with you a little bit. I am, you know.
He's just so lovely, isn't he? What a companion for Christmas, eh?
So I should say, if you've got 150 points on reward, how many do you have to clock up before you start pulling in a bit of cash?
I think around the 100 mark, it's about £1.50, but I'm just trying to accumulate as many points as possible so I can give a really big donation to Mission Bambini.
Yeah.
Okay, so the way it's spelt is W-E-W-A-R-D,
Yes.
reward, as in reward.
Yeah, we're not all turning into Jonathan Ross.
No, exactly. It's a bit like that, isn't it? But at least you'll remember it. There we are.
there you go.
Reward.
And if you're going to walk the dog today, make it work for you in some way.
And a
Why
good
not?
idea to give money to charity. Momo, really good to see you. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
Digby, you are a very good
He's
boy.
a star, isn't he?
You're a
he's
very good
beautiful.
boy. Loved meeting you.
And
Yes,
Stephanie,
oh,
thanks
yeah.
very much. Nice to see you towards the end of the programme again. You do love your doggies, don't
The
you?
problem is, when we have animals in, I get so distracted.
That you forget it's actually time to say goodbye, because it is just coming up to time to say goodbye.
Yeah.
But we're back.
We are.
6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Up next, it's Saturday with Esther and Philip. Bye-bye.
Join me, Nana Akue, Saturday and Sunday afternoons on GBNews. Expect fiery debate and passionate discussion as me and my panel tackle some of the biggest topics hitting the headlines. It's a place for everyone's opinion. No one gets cancelled, but no one gets an easy ride.
Oh, she's on it today!
Be ready for conversations that are fierce, frank, and of course, fun. Every Saturday and Sunday afternoon from 4 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512,
Virgin Media Channel 604,
Freesat Channel 216.
Freeview Channel 236,
And YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio.
With the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB Plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and tune-in apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Dubes & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Mark Stein. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
Join me, Lawrence Fox, on GB News. Frank, fun, fearless and sometimes serious. Much as I love a Friday night punch-up, what I really want is a battle of ideas. I want to look at things differently. I want to hear different voices and engage with your unique experiences. Every Friday at 7 p.m. on GB News.
Hello, I'm Esther McVeigh.
And I'm Philip Davis.
Whether you're watching or listening on TV, online or on radio, we handpick the latest stories, debates and expert opinions for your weekend. So whether that's politics, news or showbiz, we've got it covered.
Join us every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock on GB News.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Dubes & Co. Me and my panel will get stuck right into the day's events and I can tell you, in fact, I can warn you, expect some robust debates, some strong opinions and perspectives from both sides of the fence. It's about you at home as well. I love to read out all of your comments, or at least as many as I can. So join me, Michelle Dewberry, Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on Dubes & Co.
I'm Mark Dolan. Join me at 11 on GB News for Headliners, in which I'll be joined by two of the UK's top comedians discussing tomorrow's papers. If it's an important story, we'll cover it, but we'll have some fun along the way. Headliners, the late night paper review that won't send you to sleep like the others will. 7 nights a week at 11 p.m. on GB News.
Monday to Thursday on GB News, it's Bev Turner Today from 10 a.m. We're going to be here for you, our GB News family, to keep you up to date, but also make you smile.
The guy went from puberty to adultery.
And I can't wait to bring a few of my own opinions. I have no time for cultural totalitarianism. We'll engage in passionate, but always polite debate, with your thoughts and opinions at the centre of it all. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Mark White. As GB News Home and Security Editor, I cover those key issues that are so important to you. Our authorities, our communities doing all they can to combat violent crime. With the public services under unbearable strain, why are we still failing to control our borders? Defence, the first priority of any government, has been continually hollowed out. Can we trust our politicians to protect the armed forces? Join me, Mark White, on GB News.
Good morning, you're watching and listening to GB News. This is Saturday morning with Esther and Phil. Now, coming up on the show today, can you believe it? Maternity leave abuse and general abuse of MPs. But what constituents are doing, and I hate to tell you this, some have left excrement on the front door because they were on maternity leave. Unbelievable.
And we're going to talk about the nurses' strike. Is support weighing in or is support remaining? We're going to speak to the Daily Express, who, rather surprisingly for me, came out in support of the nurses this week. We're going to find out from them why.
Are you in support of them? Is your support waning? And dogs who are writing to Santa Paul